So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting asleep more to the sound of my voice, or the words I use, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I'll just tell a story in the background. Now this person, they went to the same cafe every day. It was part of their routine. They enjoyed going out, getting out of home for a while, going for a little walk, and wandering down this cobbled street. It was quite a quiet street, a bit of a back street, somewhere that there wasn't too many people, to this independent cafe. And they enjoyed going into that cafe, sitting down at a table, drinking their favourite drink, and relaxing. And they could spend a while in this cafe, just sitting down, drinking their favourite drink, relaxing, while watching out the window, watching people walking past, going about their daily business, in their own little worlds, hearing the sounds of the coffee maker and other sounds in the cafe, and the clinking of china and metal teaspoons. And the mumble sounds of voices in the background, unable to make out any one voice or word or sentence, but just having this mumbling sound of other people in the background, finding it all deeply relaxing. And while finding it all deeply relaxing, they often find their mind begins to wander, and as their mind begins to wander, they discover themselves gently stirring their drink, gazing at a rose in a vase on their table. And as they gaze at that rose in that vase on their table, so everything else begins to fade away. They stop being aware of the sounds around them. They stop being aware of people walking past outside. Everything begins to fade away as their attention is absorbed on that rose. And while their attention is absorbed on that rose, so they begin to drift and dream. They begin to drift into a pleasant reverie. And they enjoy just letting what happens happen as they drift comfortably inside. And while they gaze at that rose, firstly they notice how that rose begins to grow, begins to start getting taller and wider, getting taller and wider and taller and wider. And as that rose continues to get taller and wider, so they notice it begins to spread wider than the vase, breaking the vase, and then it gets wider and wider and taller and taller. And they notice at some point it merges and morphs into a tree trunk, and the top of the rose begins to fall away and spread out and merge into a tree's canopy. And as this all happens, so the cafe around them begins to fade away and disappear, and they find themselves sitting in what looks like a monastery, on that cafe chair, with no table in front of them anymore, and no cafe surrounding them anymore. Instead, they've got a stone wall off a little way in the distance that goes along in front of them, and then turns and goes along beside them, and then some way off it turns again, goes off, back behind them. And when they look the other way, they notice there's a monastery there. And there are people quietly milling around in the monastery, walking with purpose, walking slowly, almost as if it's taking them no effort. Then as they bring their eyes back to looking in front of them, they notice how the tree has stopped growing, and the chair they thought they were sitting on moments ago is now a stone bench. And they stand up gently from that stone bench. They reach over and touch the tree. They feel how real that tree feels. They walk around the tree, running their hand around the bark, feeling the reality of that tree, continuing to walk around while looking up at the canopy, noticing the way the sun dances and twinkles through the leaves, noticing the way the leaves move in a breeze, noticing the reality of the experience. And they walk over to the stone wall, and the stone wall is slightly lower than they are at points, and they walk over to one of the lower points, and they look out over the stone wall and see that they're part way up a hill, and that they can see down the bottom of the hill there's a road that leads all the way down there, and what looks like a village down there, with people with stalls selling fruit and veg, selling other things. And they take a deep breath of the air and can smell how different the air is here. And they start carefully walking around the monastery, and as they walk around, so they meet one of the people in the monastery who tells them to walk with intent. And they think to themselves they were walking with intent. They decided to walk, and they were walking slowly like everyone else. And they were told you were walking slowly to copy others. And you knew you wanted to walk, but you weren't walking with intent. You weren't just focusing on the walking. Your mind was elsewhere. And this person taught them about walking, focusing on the walking, about being focused on the one thing you're doing in any one moment, and paying that one thing your full attention. Not living in the future all the time, not living in the past all the time, not living elsewhere all the time, but being grounded, being present here. And they told the person, reach down and touch the ground with your fingertips. And the person thought this was a bit of an odd request, but felt comfortable doing this, and they reached down and they touched the grass. And they were asked, what do you feel? And they replied, they feel the grass. And they were told, no, look inside yourself. What do you feel? And they thought about it, and they thought about it. Then they started to feel a connection with the earth. They started to feel the grass on a deeper level. They started to feel like they were connected with the grass, not something separate from the grass. And the person turned with intent and started walking away, with one hand behind their back. And this person started following them. And as they followed, that person started walking in this direction, then that direction, and seemed to be just walking for the sake of walking. And then they stopped, and they turned, and they spoke again. And they asked, "What are you doing?" And the person said, "I was just following you, to learn from you." And they explained that they didn't need to be followed, that all they've done is led them all over the place. Nothing was meaningful, none of the movement was meaningful. And the person said, "But you seemed so wise, I thought if I followed you, I could learn from you and you could teach me some of your wisdom." And they said, "You don't want to learn my wisdom by following me. You want to learn wisdom by looking inside yourself and your connection to the world around you, not by following someone else." And the person then turned and walked away. And this time, they weren't followed. The person thought to themselves, "This is a long way from the cafe," as they explored the monastery. And while exploring the monastery, they wondered if they would be allowed inside the monastery. And they walked over to the door. They knocked on the door. The door was opened, and the person who opened it stepped aside and didn't talk to them. And they walked in and started exploring the inside of the monastery. And nobody got in their way. Nobody told them they couldn't look anywhere. They seemed to be allowed to roam wherever they wanted, like there was full trust of them. And they explored around the monastery. They noticed that everything was very simple, and everyone seemed so peaceful, so calm and relaxed. And they walked around the monastery, then up some stairs. They found a spiral staircase and they followed that staircase up to the next floor. They explored this floor. They saw rooms for sleeping, and yet every bed was really simple. Everything just seemed to be practical and serve a purpose. And they gazed out of a window from up here. They looked out and could see the town. They could see off into the distance, all the way over to some distant forest. They could see clouds in the sky. They then walked up another spiral staircase, going higher up in the monastery, and found a wooden door. They opened the wooden door and found themselves on the rooftop. They decided to walk out onto the roof and explore. And they were taken aback by the view from up here and the fresh air. They gazed out over the view, kept walking around and continued to gaze out at the view at different directions. Then as they turned around, their hearts skipped a beat when they saw a huge dragon resting in the middle of the rooftop. They felt a bit nervous and anxious about this dragon. They started trying to creep around, not wanting to wake the dragon, not wanting to be seen by the dragon, worried that maybe the dragon would eat them or breathe fire on them. Then the dragon noticed them, opened its eyes, jolted up its head, stood up and looked even larger. It moved its neck and its head all the way down, almost nose to nose with the person. And the breathing, the breath, could be felt as well as heard. Bursts of powerful breath. And the dragon just watched, with its head just ever so slightly in front of the person's head. And the person moved sideways and the dragon held their gaze. And the person moved back other direction and the dragon held their gaze. And the person stood still and the dragon held their gaze. The person didn't know what to think. Was the dragon about to attack? Why was the dragon not doing anything, just holding their gaze? And after a while of the dragon holding their gaze, their nervousness began to decrease, because they didn't know whether they should be nervous or not, or what was going on. And as their nervousness decreased, so the dragon lowered its head and rested its head and its neck down on the ground, still maintaining eye contact. And as the nervousness decreased further, the dragon sat itself back down, still maintaining eye contact. And the more the dragon looked calm and relaxed, the more the person relaxed themselves. And as the person relaxed deeper, so the dragon's breathing seemed to relax deeper. And then they felt this compulsion to walk along the side of the dragon, to touch the dragon's neck and feel what its skin feels like. And as they touched the dragon's neck, the dragon just remained there, calm, relaxed. They moved their hand along the dragon's neck as they walked towards its body. And as they reached the dragon's body, it lowered its nearest wing. as if to say, climb aboard. And the person had this feeling that that's what the dragon was trying to tell them. So he climbed up onto the dragon's back. And with incredibly fast reflexes, the dragon just leapt off the top of the monastery, up into the air, and the person grabbed on tight, and the dragon started flying, and the person felt this sense of being thrown all around. Not like the dragon was trying to hurt them, but just like they weren't used to this experience, like being in a fighter jet. And as the dragon flew around and did different aerobatics, the person began to fall into sync with the dragon, to get in tune with the dragon, began to feel a sense of harmony. And when the dragon banked left, the person knew to lean. When the dragon banked right, the person knew to lean. And the person began to respond to subtler and subtler communication, knowing when to lean, just at the moment they needed to sleep. And the more they fell into harmony with the dragon, the calmer and more relaxed they felt, and the more they enjoyed the experience. And then after a long time of flying around on the dragon flew back to the monastery, crashed down onto the monastery, landing with a thud, dropped its head, its neck, its legs, lowered its wings. And the person climbed off the dragon's back, feeling serene, feeling a sense of wonder, a sense of harmony with the dragon, and now a sense of harmony with this land. As they walked back down the spiral staircase, and then down the next spiral staircase, they left the monastery, and they found that original person who they'd followed around, who said, "I see you've learned what you came here to learn. You understand what you needed to understand." And they intuitively knew what this meant. They went back to their bench, sat back down on that stone bench, gazing at that tree, resting their hands on their legs, breathing deep and comfortably. And as they did with each out-breath, so the tree began to shrink back down again, began to turn back into a rose. And as that tree shrunk down, turned into a rose, so the vase repaired itself around the rose. The table appeared again. The outside world appeared again, and the cafe appeared again. And the chair they were sitting on was the cafe chair again. And they instinctively found their hand lift off their leg and continue stirring that drink. Realised the reverie had come to an end, and that they were back in the cafe with the mumbling background sounds of people, sound of the coffee maker, the clinking of china and spoons, people walking past outside, and no one aware this experience had happened but them. And they knew that later that night they'd go home, they'll probably continue to process this learning when they sleep and dream. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you take a moment to begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift and float to sleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And it's a sleep meditation about a young boy who lives in a small little village. And in that village is the most beautiful old church. And that church sits at the heart of the village. And it towers over the rest of the village. And it's only a small village, just a handful of rows of houses, a couple of village greens, and a row with a few shops and cafes. And this small boy and his dog are roaming around one of the parks. And he can hear the rustling sound of the leaves of the trees around the outside of the park, and the few trees dotted through the park. You can smell the smell of freshly cut grass, and still hear the sound of the gardener in the park just finishing up cutting that grass. And as he walks near the flower beds, you can smell the scent of the different flowers. And he throws a tennis ball for his dog as far as he can. And the dog chases after that tennis ball as it bounces, then hits a stone and bounces at an angle, meaning the dog has to try and jump at an angle and just misses that ball, but seems to be more excited by missing the ball, that it gets just a couple more seconds to chase the ball before grabbing that ball, looking over at the boy, and then running to the boy, placing that ball at his feet, and then crouching down as if prepared to run. And the boy picks up that ball again, goes to throw it, does a fake throw, watches the dog's reaction, noticing how attentive that dog is, before then throwing it as far as he can again. And this time the ball strikes a tree, bouncing off at a different angle. And so that dog goes exploring, and the ball rolls under a bush and the dog is sniffing around near the bush. And while his dog is sniffing around, trying to figure out how to get to the bull, the boy just takes a few moments to enjoy watching the bees as they fly from plant to plant, just getting on with their work, seeming to have their own little system to how they work. And he notices some butterflies landing on some purple flowers, extending their tongues into the flowers and drinking. And he finds this all very curious and interesting. And then his dog arrives back with that bull, drops it back down next to him, and the boy picks up that bull and continues walking through the park, with the dog hopping around his legs, wanting him to throw the bull again. But the boy just keeps walking until the dog comfortably just joins in step with him, and the two of them walk the rest of the way through the park. And they walk out to just outside the churchyard, and the boy looks up at the church, and he wonders whether it would be possible to be able to reach the bell using his slingshot. And so he rests his elbows on the wall around the churchyard. He looks at his slingshot. He lines it up. He gets himself a couple of blueberries that he's got on him, and he puts them on the wall. He decides he'll start with blueberries just to see if he can get his aim right. And the church bell seems surprisingly large for the size of the church. For although the church is larger than all the other buildings around here, it's still only a small village church. And yet this bell seems so large. And so he puts one of the blueberries into the slingshot, takes aim, closes one eye, lines it up, pulls back and then lets go, and watches as that blueberry travels a short distance and then just lands in the churchyard. And so he tries again with another blueberry, puts that into the slingshot, but the same thing happens. And so he puts the last few just in his mouth and just eats them while he tries to think of what the problem is. And then he wonders whether it's because perhaps it's not heavy enough to travel. So he tries with a stone. He gets a small stone. And as he fires that up towards the church bell, he's surprised when he thinks it looks like it's missed, but the church bell makes a really loud ding before making an equally loud dong. And he gets a little startled by this, and then realises that his stone didn't reach the bell. It just happens that the bell ringers rung the bell just as he fired that stone. And he realised that he wouldn't be able to fire a stone that high and that far. And so he wonders whether there's any way he can make something travel far enough to hit the bell. And he feels that from where he's standing, he wouldn't be able to reach it. But he has an idea. So he gets some paper out of his backpack, and he makes a few different designs of paper aeroplane. And he tests them across the churchyard, trying to see which ones travel the furthest. He flies one with broad wings, and it travels slowly, but seems to then circle up into the air and then down into the ground. He tries one that's almost like a dart, and it travels very fast, but also very quickly just nosedives to the ground. He tries lots of different designs, until eventually he thinks he's mastered a design to make it travel far enough to reach the church. Because on the ground he can throw it, and it hits the wall quite forcefully, so he knows it could travel further than it reached. But he doesn't think it could travel up to that bell. And so he decides to walk around to the other side of the church, where there's a grand oak tree that's probably as old as the church itself. And he walks to that oak tree. He runs his fingers around that oak tree, wondering what that oak tree must have seen over all these years of growing up alongside this church. And he scrambles up into the branches and starts climbing up that oak tree, climbing higher and higher up the oak tree. And the higher he climbs up that oak tree, the more the branches sway. And he's only a small boy, and so he doesn't mind. He just holds on and keeps climbing. And once he's up near the top of that oak tree, he settles himself into a comfortable position, almost wedging himself in place to free up his hands. He then takes out his finest paper aeroplane, the one he's certain will make it to the bell. And he's attached a small paper clip to the front of that plane that helps it in this design to keep that nose on track. And he's only half as high as the tower of the church, but the bell is quite large, and so he feels from here he could probably reach that bell. And bracing his back against the branches of the tree and keeping himself wedged against that tree. He snaps his arm to throw that paper aeroplane with a sharp jolt up towards that bell. And he notices as he does so, the wind seems to go still. And he watches as it glides higher and higher, before hearing this tiny metal on metal clink, and then watching as that paper aeroplane falls down from the bell, down inside the tower. And he's really excited that he's managed to create something that he could throw far enough to make a noise on that bell, that he could reach something so high up when he's so small. And he can hear the sound of voices coming from within the church. And then he can hear those sounds sounding like they're getting closer. And then hears the main entrance to the church open, and the sound of someone talking and saying something as they walk out the entrance. And he watches as they're looking around, holding his paper aeroplane. And he wonders whether it fell down and knocked them on the head. And they're wondering where it came from. And he watches as they look up at the tower and they look around the churchyard. And he keeps quiet in the tree. And he watches as they walk around the church. They walk under him, under the tree. They walk around the back of the church. They walk all the way around the church and then back into the church again. And you can hear them mumbling something again as they walk back into the church, as if they're talking to the others in the church, probably saying that they couldn't find whoever threw the aeroplane. And his dog is so patiently sitting at the base of the tree, just out of sight. And he walks down from that branch, climbing his way down to the next row of branches, stretching down to the branches beneath that. As the branches get thicker and thicker, and the swaying gets less and less. And then when he's down to the last few branches that are almost the main trunk, he sees this hole where a branch used to be, that was perhaps rotten and cut down, that maybe helped to keep this tree going for so long. And he peers into that hole, and he tries to squint and see what he can see in there. And he can see a little bit of light in that hole. And it looks like there are some steps. And he's a little confused by this. And so he decides that he wants to explore inside this tree. And he whistles to his dog, who stands up and walks around the tree to be in front of him. He then calls for the dog to jump up and join him, and the dog runs at the tree, jumps and scrabbles a bit, and manages to get its 2 front paws just high enough for the boy to be able to get his arms just under the front legs of the dog and help to pull it up into his arms. Then the boy and the dog lower themselves down through that hole. And as they lower down, so a green glow begins to illuminate the inside of this tree. And they notice that strangely the inside of the tree seems larger than it appears from the outside. And there's enough room for what appears to be a spiral staircase. And so they begin to follow those steps. And they follow down 10 steps. From 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, as they go deeper and deeper into the tree. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, as they step off of the bottom of those steps. The dogs pause, make the most gentle sound on the ground, and the boy takes a couple of steps, and that green glow continues down here. And as the boy looks around, he notices what looks almost like lots of green string spread out in multiple directions down many different tunnels. And that green string has some thicker parts of string, some thinner and some incredibly fine. And they seem to be pulsing ever so slightly, with pulses of light, pulses of green light, spreading down all those strings. And the boy and the dog start walking down the tunnels, exploring these tunnels, wondering where these tunnels are. And as they walk, they find that above them is another tree, another spiral staircase, and that there seems to be tunnels coming off of all the trees. That connect from one tree to another. And that green string seems to connect from one tree to another, and seems to fill the soil around the edge of the tunnels. And its glow illuminates the tunnels. And it seems that every step the boy takes and the dog takes impart a little bit of energy to where they step, making a slightly brighter glow. And as they follow these tunnels, they end up noticing daylight in the distance. And they walk towards that daylight. And they see that there's a small hole that from the outside probably just looks like a rabbit hole. And they crawl out through that small hole, and they find that they're on the edge of the river. And they sit for a moment, listening to the river, wondering where they've been and why they've never noticed that before. And as they look back, it does look very much like a rabbit hole. They can't notice the glowing green inside there from outside here. And the boy wonders whether at night time when it's pitch black, whether that green could be seen then, and whether perhaps no one's ever noticed because most people aren't out in this location at night time. And while they sit on the edge of that river, listening to the water flow by so calmly, feeling the warmth of the sun overhead, wondering what all the green string is. They see what looks like sparkling coming from the waterfall. And then out of that sparkling they start hearing the faint tinkling sound of tiny bells. And then what looks like a fairy flying out from the waterfall. And it flies over towards the boy and the dog. And it seems to investigate them. And while it's investigating the dog, so that dog seems to twitch its nose and be a bit irritated by this fairy floating straight in front of its nose. And then the fairy lands on a rose and calls the boy over. And that fairy begins to explain that there's more life out here than he probably realizes, that all of nature is connected. And by him going down into the roots of the trees and exploring those underground tunnels, he's become aware of something in nature that others overlook. The way that all the plants, the trees all communicate through a web under the ground of fungus, and that connects and allows communication from the roots of all of the plants, of the flowers, of the grass, that the grass communicates when it's being walked on, what direction it's being walked on, and what actions whatever's walking on it is doing, to be able to warn others of what might happen. And that fungus glows in a green glow as energy passes along it, as that communication passes along it. With some networks of the fungus passing large amounts of information and being thicker strands of fungus that then spreads out, almost like motorways breaking down into smaller roads and smaller roads as you get closer and closer to any one house. And the boy, just being a child, didn't even bat an eyelid to hearing all this. It just seemed like a perfectly acceptable, normal thing. As the fairy continued to explain, and then that fairy took off again and flew back towards the waterfall, and the child and the dog decided to walk back to that churchyard. And as they arrived back at the churchyard, they walked up to the church, and the boy wanted to collect his paper aeroplane so that he could place it on a shelf at home, a paper aeroplane that reached the top of the church. And so the boy and the dog went to the church door, carefully and attempted to quietly open that door, as it made a large, heavy wooden door sound and creaked open. And he walked into the church and could see the way the sun was shining through the stained glass windows on one side of the church, illuminating those stained glass windows with the most beautiful, vivid colours, and the way that light was cast across the floor and the walls of the church. And he walked through the coloured light, looking around to spot his paper aeroplane. And then he saw the aeroplane just sitting on a table near the tower. And he went over and picked up the paper aeroplane and walked to the tower and looked up at the bell overhead and the rope hanging down, and the rope was currently attached, wound up at the wall, but he just looked up and wondered whether someone had been stood there with that rope when that paper aeroplane had fallen down the tower. And being a child, something about this made him smile. The thought of an adult wondering where this random paper aeroplane had come from, falling out of the sky. And he left the churchyard, and began to find his way back, all the way back home. He went back through the park. He walked back to his street, turned down his street, arrived at home, went up to his room. He let his parents know as he was walking up to his room that he was back home now. He placed that paper aeroplane right in the centre of his mantelpiece, with it taking pride of place. He then went back downstairs. He sat down on a sofa in the living room. As his mum started talking to him from the kitchen, asking if he's had a nice afternoon, saying that he probably needs to wash himself and sort himself out for dinner. And so he takes his dog, and the two of them clean themselves up, ready for dinner time. And in the time it takes them to do that, the sun comfortably sets. He can smell the waft of dinner. And he sits and enjoys dinner with his parents, with his dog sat at his feet, occasionally secretly passing little bits of food down to his dog, while keeping his eyes fixed on his parents, unaware that the parents know exactly what he's doing. And he looks down and is sure that his dog is smiling back up at him as it rests back down again in such a loving, kind way at his feet. And after dinner, his mum says that he can stay up a little later tonight so that he can enjoy the eclipse. And his dad had been setting up a few cameras out in the garden to try and get the best photos he can of the eclipse. And they'd set up some deck chairs. The mum made some warm popcorn and some hot chocolate to drink, and they wrapped up warm, sat in the deck chairs, tilted back, gazing up at the sky. And the dad kept getting up and taking photos, and then resting back in the deck chairs, and then getting up, taking photos, and then resting back in the deck chair as the eclipse went on. And kept on explaining what's going on and what could be seen in the sky, and the occasional cloud would pass across the moon. And they all just rest back in the deck chairs as the moon began to look like it was being eaten. Went from a full moon to gradually getting darker and darker as the Earth's shadow moved across the moon, until it was the most beautiful pinky red colour in the sky. And the boy was just eating his popcorn, drinking the hot chocolate, enjoying the experience. The mum was asking him if he's enjoying the experience, and was enjoying the experience herself. The dad was frantically taking photos, trying to get the best pictures that he could, looking through one camera, then another, moving the cameras. Then after a while, a bright white line appeared on one side of the moon as the shadow began to move across the moon, moving off of the moon. And the boy was getting more and more tired. He found that he was beginning to yawn so much. Then the mum said, "That's not surprising that you seem to be tired. It's really late and past your bedtime." And as the eclipse was coming to an end, the dad explained that although it looks like it's ended, the shadow isn't completely off the moon, that there's a dark shadow that passes across the moon, and then there's a lighter shadow that passes across the moon, and that there's still many hours until that lighter, almost imperceptible shadow finishes passing across the moon. And the mum says, "You can stay out here taking photos if you want, but I think we'll go to bed now." And the son agreed. And he was pretty much out of popcorn and hot chocolate now, so he was more than happy to go to bed. He'd seen the best part of the eclipse. He'd had the most interesting day. He went upstairs, got himself ready for bed, and got into bed. His mum kissed him on the forehead and said good night. His dad came in, kissed him on the forehead and said good night, and said that he'll show him the photos in the morning. They then shut his bedroom door, and with his dog lying in a dog bed in the corner of the room, curled up, already about to fall asleep, he settled down, thinking about the day that he'd had. And he could just hear the gentle bubbling of the fish tank that was over at the side of his room, the very slight glow from that fish tank. And he always found that gentle bubbling in the fish tank helped focus his mind as he drifted and floated so comfortably asleep, sleeping so well all night long, knowing that he'll awaken in the morning feeling refreshed, revitalized, and ready to enjoy the next day. So as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting comfortably asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the words that I use, or maybe you'll drift asleep faster to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, I'll just be telling a story in the background. And while I tell this story, you can just drift asleep comfortably. And there was a woman who was sitting by a campfire on a beach, and the sun was setting on the horizon. The sky was a beautiful orange and red, and looking in the other direction she could see the dark blue gradually stretching across the sky. She could notice how some stars were beginning to appear. As that sun continued to set, and she could see the way the water was gently lapping on the shore, and hear the sound of that gentle lapping on the shore. She could feel the warmth from the sand, as it hadn't yet radiated away all the warmth from the day's sun. And found her attention drawn to the flickering and dancing of the campfire flame. And she was sat here with her wife, and the two of them had come out on a trip to the beach to camp on the beach, to enjoy some time relaxing, a break away from real life, break away from the hustle and bustle of everything that you normally have to get up to and do, and instead slow things down and relax. And as the sun continued to set, so they huddled up closer to each other to keep warm around that fire, while just talking and gazing out over the sea, watching as more stars appear in the sky. And then once the sun had fully set over the horizon, and the sky was beginning to turn a dark inky blue, they laid on their backs, gazing up at the stars, wondering with curiosity about what might be out there. Talking about different things, watching the occasional shooting star go over, watching as they see little dots travelling across the sky, aware that these are satellites and wondering which satellites they're seeing as they pass over. Watching as they see the flashing lights of planes passing overhead. And occasionally hearing the sound of the planes. And discussing how curious it is the way that the sound of the plane clearly sounds like it comes from a different location to where you can see the plane because of the difference in the speed of sound and the speed of light. And how curious it is that you don't normally notice that in everyday life, in conversations. It's only when things are over a slightly longer distance that you notice that what you see and what you hear are things that happen at two different times. And they start talking about how this would be the case if there was a thunderstorm on the horizon. They would see the lightning dancing in the sky, and it would take a while before they hear the thunder reach their ears. They talked about how it's interesting that in most movies, these things are synchronized, even though in reality they wouldn't be. Talked about how in movies you can see an explosion happen, and the sight and the sound of the explosion happens at the same time, even if the character viewing the explosion is some distance away. And that it's interesting that despite it being natural to have things further away that you can see before you hear, it feels unnatural when you see this in a movie. And that very few movies seem to keep this natural. And they always found that they did this. That whenever they had time to relax, time away from work, from other commitments, they would talk about all these things that individually they think about, but never really share with anyone else. And gradually, as the night drew on and got darker and darker, the two of them pulled a blanket over them and snuggled down and fell asleep for the night. And then in the morning, they'd already planned what they were going to do. They're going to start the day with an early morning meditation on the beach, before going for a walk in the nearby woods, and then coming back to the beach afterwards to have something to eat, and to settle down for an evening again. And so the two of them stood on the sand, barefoot, so they could feel the sand beneath their feet and through their toes. They stood up and closed their eyes and started focusing on breathing in and breathing out. They started focusing on making each out-breath longer than each in-breath, so that they would trigger the relaxation response. And then they started using their senses, paying attention to the world around them. They focused outside of themselves, firstly on the sea, on the rhythmic way the waves washed ashore, and the way the waves pulled back out to sea, and then washed ashore again, and then pulled back out to sea. And they focused on the sounds of the waves. And in their mind's eye they started to see the waves and feel the wave. To really honestly and fully experience those waves in their mind. They then focused their attention on the sounds of birds. The sounds of birds above them and off in the distance. And then focused on the feeling of the breeze on their face and their skin. Working out the direction of the breeze. Noticing the temperature of the breeze. Noticing the difference between the temperature of the breeze and the temperature of their skin. Noticing the way the breeze blew their hair. And they focused on their body, what their body felt like standing there. And on the smell of the salty air. And they allowed themselves to be drawn into the moment, drawn into the experience. And then after a while, about 15 minutes that seemed like a couple of hours, they both came round from the meditation. They took a little while to sit down, have a bit of a chat before setting off into the woods. They then set off into the woods to go on a walk, and they listened to the animals in the woods. They watched the way that rays of light penetrate the canopy and dance in front of them. They noticed how being in the woods subdued some of the sound, making things that little bit quieter, and that after a little while they could no longer hear the sound of the sea. They could barely hear the sound of birds outside of the woods. And they walked deeper and deeper into the woods. And after a little while walking deeper into the woods, they found a clearing, and in that clearing was a lake. And sat on a rock beside the lake was a little bluey purpley creature. And it looked so friendly and so kind, and they walked over to it. And they spoke to it, and they asked it who it was and what it was doing here. And the creature said its name was Moz. That it's just a friendly creature, just relaxing here, looking over the lake, waiting for anyone to talk to. Anyone to share some kindness with. And they were told that if you walk around this lake, you'll find a cabin. And inside that cabin is a secret door. And behind that secret door is a secret room. And in that secret room is a secret drink. And next to the secret drink is a book explaining what that drink is. And they wondered why they were being told this. And they were told that they're the first people who've come along here in a very, very long time. They seem kind and caring people. They seem calm and relaxed people. And everyone deserves to be treated with kindness. And that's all that's happening here. And they thanked that creature and thought to each other and discussed with each other, perhaps they'll go searching for this cabin. So they started walking around the lake. All that woodland on one side and the lake on the other side, and the very gentle lapping of the water on the shore of the lake, rustling of the leaves in the woods with the breeze, the feeling of the warmth of the sun, and the sounds of their footsteps as they walked around, trying to find that cabin. And after some time walking around the lake, they found the cabin they assumed was being talked about, and they knocked on the door, and no one answered. So they walked into the cabin, and inside the cabin it was homely and cozy and relaxing. It seemed such a friendly place to be. They sat down for a while. Having walked all this way, and while they were sat down, they were looking around the inside of the cabin, aware that somewhere here is a secret door. And then after a little while they stood up. They started checking around the walls. They started moving books on the bookshelves. They started moving ornaments. Anything that looked like a button or a lever, they would move it. And yet nothing seemed to open anything. And then one of them walked across a rug in front of the fireplace. And as they did, they noticed that the sound of their footsteps changed, not just because they'd walked onto the rug, but even while walking on the rug, they noticed their footsteps had changed, that perhaps under the rug was a secret door. And they moved the rug and saw a hatchway, and opened that hatch and saw a ladder. And they climbed down the ladder and found themselves deep under the cabin in a secret room. And they turned on the light in the secret room, and in the middle of the room was a book on a pedestal, and next to the book was a drink. And they walked over and opened the book and started reading the book, reading that under this spot is a spring that heals, and that the water here has this healing property that rejuvenates cells, that heals from the cells out. And it went on to explain how it worked, what the theories were behind it. It went on to explain the history of those who lived here. It explained about how they'd ended up building a cabin over this space. It was a cabin over a cavern. And they looked at each other and wondered whether they should drink this drink or not, and decided to just have a sip or two each and see what happened. And they drank some of the drink each, and could feel the coolness of that water passing down through their body. And then they could feel this sensation, like healing happening, passing through their body, starting to pass around their body, as if this healing was getting right into each and every cell of their body, right down into their genes. And they felt this profound healing take place. And after experiencing this profound healing, they left the cabin, started their way back along the edge of the lake. They met that creature again, who smiled and said that they could tell that they've had the drink, and that if there was anything wrong within their body, that healing drink would have sorted that out, would have searched for it and healed those areas, helping to rejuvenate them and reset them back so that all the cells were as they should be, as the cells' memories say they should be. And they carried on through the woods, back to that beach, where they sat down on the beach and settled down for the night. And once again they enjoyed watching as the sun set and the stars rose and appeared. As they drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep in each other's arms. So, as you take a moment to close your eyes, you can begin to comfortably fall asleep. And while you're comfortably falling asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, with the words that I use, or whether you'll fall asleep faster to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift off to sleep, I'm going to tell a story in the background. It's a story about a teenager who was in a library. And this teenager is supposed to be studying. And while they're turning the pages of a complex book, they find that their mind isn't really in it. They're struggling to focus on the pages. They're struggling to take in what it is they're studying. So they decide that they're going to put some music on. They're going to listen to some music through headphones to help them to be able to focus on studying. So they put their headphones on, turn on their music, and start to listen to some calming, relaxing music. And the headphones are noise cancelling. So as the music begins, the noises around them fade away. And there weren't many noises in the library anyway. But when you're trying to study, sometimes every little thing can catch your attention and prevent you from focusing. And so you just need to alter the environment to one that helps you learn. And so they listen to their favourite music, and as they do, while listening to that favourite relaxing music, their shoulders relax. Their breathing starts to comfortably slow down. They notice their gaze changing. Their facial muscles relaxing. And they notice themselves starting to fall into a comfortable rhythm with reading and learning. And they know that this strategy works well for them for studying. That what they can do is, during an exam, they can recall the piece of music. And when they do, because learning is state dependent, it re-evokes the state and re-evokes all the memories and learning that was done in that state. So they listen to the music, gaze at the pages, and find that somehow the learning is just comfortably going into their mind, as if they're easily and effortlessly learning one page, then turning and learning the next page, and then the next page, then turning the pages and learning the next page and the next page. And after a while of turning the pages, they find they become more absorbed in the studying experience and less aware of the library around them. And like all good learning, you need to take breaks. And so they are aware that after studying for a while, they need to close the book, close their eyes and let their mind drift and daydream. Because people do drift and daydream more frequently when they're studying and learning new things, because it's your brain's way of processing information. And so after a while of studying that book, they close the book, still allowing the music to play in their ears, while they close their eyes and sit back in the chair for a moment and begin to go with the flow and let themselves drift and daydream. And as they drift and daydream, so they find themselves imagining that they're on a small little boat, gently rowing down a river, a very small river. And as they row down that river, so they watch as a mother duck and a whole load of baby ducks swim down the river, and how those little baby ducklings bob around and get curious about things at the riverbank, and then suddenly realise, because of curiosity, the other ducks have got off ahead a little way, and so they rush and kick their legs in a little rushy way to catch up with the other ducks, flapping their little wings a little bit to try and get through the water a little bit faster to catch up with the group. And then after a while, another little duckling will become curious with something, and the same will happen again, that the little ducklings keep becoming curious, and the mother duck has to keep looking back and keeping an eye on all those little ducks. And then the person just watches while gently rowing down the river as the mother duck jumps up onto the shore, and then she sits there and turns and watches. as the first of the baby ducks, the first of the little ducklings, jumps up at the shore and plops back in the water and has to jump a few times, flapping its little wings just to get a foothold to make it up the bank. And then the next duckling, and the next duckling, and the next, until there's just one left. And the student watches as that one left struggles to get up that bank, and the mother and all the other ducklings watch with expectant anticipation as the duckling jumps up at the bank, flapping its little wings, and then jumps up again and again, but keeps sliding down, and then has to look and analyse and try and work out a slightly different route. It's a little bit smaller than the others, and so it can't quite jump as high. So it takes a look, works out a different route, and then jumps up and finally manages to make it up onto the bank. And then the mother duck stands up, and all the ducklings and the mother walk off with the mother in front and all the ducklings following in a line behind her. And as she weaves and moves around different tufts of grass on the riverbank, so the ducklings weave and move around those tufts as well. And the student continues rowing down the river. And while continuing rowing down the river, the student notices on the other bank a beautiful little tabby cat, and just watches as that cat seems to be walking around, doing its rounds around its territory, just checking everything's okay. Seems to be so relaxed, just walking gently around its territory. And the student watches that cat for a little while, and then the cat stops and sits down, looking graceful, sitting tall. And just watches as he rows by, watches as the student rows by, and the student watches back. And as the student continues to row, so they notice how the sky is beginning to turn a beautiful orange as the sun gently sets. And while the sun is gently setting, so the student can hear the sound of the oars in the water, the sloshing of the river water against the bank, the sounds of birds in the sky, and the sounds of animals beginning to settle down for the night. And so the student pulls the boat in to the shore, ties the boat to the shore, and sets up a little tent on the shore of the river. and the student makes a small little campfire and cooks themselves some food while the fire crackles and pops and the light dances as the orange light of the sun lowers over the horizon and the blueness of the night starts to set in, and the sounds of crickets and evening and nighttime animals starts to appear, and the breeze starts to cool down comfortably. And the student eats some food and then sits there just gazing at the fire, listening to the surroundings as that fire burns down to embers, to a comfortable glow, letting off some warmth. And while the student rests there, they become more tired and relaxed. And the more tired and relaxed they become, the more they think about drifting off asleep, until eventually they lie back in the tent. They can hear the way the wind is blowing on the tent, moving the tent very slightly and gently in that wind, almost like it's lulling them to sleep as they drift comfortably asleep. While they drift comfortably asleep, so they begin to dream. They dream about walking along a hilltop overlooking the sea with their partner, holding hands, taking in the view, feeling the love of their partner and the love for their partner. And then finding a bench, sitting on that bench, putting an arm round each other, and gazing out over the ocean. And starting to wonder about the future, about hope, about what the future holds, the things they've got to look forward to, the type of things they can create for their future, plans that they have. And just then, someone walks past them and stops and says to them, did they know that there's a book that can give them tremendous insight, that can teach them about wisdom and life, and what's important in life, and what's not important in life, and where priorities should lie? And they were curious about this. And the person said, all you have to do is find the old lighthouse, and you'll find that book. And so together they got up. They decided to go to the lighthouse, which is just a little way along from where they are. And they went all the way to that lighthouse. And the lighthouse was an unmanned lighthouse. And they went into the lighthouse and they started exploring. They climbed up all the spiral stairs, checking different rooms. They went all the way up to the light. They then climbed all the way back down those spiral stairs, having not found this book. They left the lighthouse and wondered where this book might be and what this book is. And then, while exploring and discussing, they learned that there used to be an old lighthouse, and the old lighthouse used to be closer to the sea, but as the sea has come in, so they've had to move the lighthouse back and build a new one. So they looked from the top of the hill to try and see evidence of an old lighthouse. And they could see where the old lighthouse must have been. They could see slightly out to sea that the way the water was flowing, something underneath the sea, something under the surface, was disrupting the waves as they flowed by. And so they figured that must be where the old lighthouse was. So they went down the hill, went all the way down to the seashore. They got into a small boat and rowed out to where the water appeared to be separating and having the waves disrupted. And then the student got into the water, took a deep breath and dived down. And he didn't have to go too far under the water to see that there was the ruins of an old lighthouse. And he dived down to the sea floor, swam into the ruins, and saw a chest. And he grabbed hold of the chest and then swam back to the surface. And him and his partner got that chest into their boat and rowed back to the shore. And on the shore they placed the chest down, figured out how to open the chest, opened it, and found this strange looking book. And they turned the page, and then the next page and the next page, and every single page just had a mirror on it. And they didn't understand. And they just turned all the pages all the way to the end of the book, and every page just had a mirror on it. And they passed the book between each other, taking it in turns to look at the book, to look at different pages, to look at the back, the front, to put it upside down, up the right way, back to front, front to back. Whatever they did, they couldn't make sense of it. And so they just put it down on the ground on the sand between them, and both were sat staring at the book in silence, working in their minds, trying to figure out this book and the meaning of this book. And then, almost at exactly the same time, as if they were somehow in sync with each other, they looked at each other and could tell that the other one had worked out the meaning of the book. And they smiled and they opened the book and smiled at the different pages. And then the student found himself waking up in the morning in the tent to the sounds of morning birds, the smooth running water sound of the river. And he got back in his boat, having packed everything away, and he started rowing back the way he came. And while he rowed back the way he came, he gradually found himself drifting back in his mind and starting to hear that music again. And then noticing himself studying in the library as he opened the book and carried on with his studying, looking forward to getting home later, where he could drift and relax, comfortably asleep, dreaming about that book and about his experience, and making sense of it all, because he's aware it was a profound experience to learn from. And to enjoy this story fully and to be able to relax as fully as possible, just spend a few moments concentrating on your breathing. Concentrate on breathing in and then giving a nice long breath out. That's right. And just take a few comfortable deep breaths like that. And with your eyes closed, lying there relaxing, paying attention to those in-breaths and those out-breaths, you can really begin to feel the relaxation flooding into your body. Begin to feel the relaxation around your eyes, around your head, and how it spreads through the body. And I don't know whether it spreads from the head down or from the center of the body outwards, or perhaps from the fingertips or from the feet. That relaxation can spread in its own way, comfortably, easily and effortlessly as you listen to this adult bedtime story. That's it. And after a while you can begin to forget about focusing on the breathing as you focus more on the story. And then as you drift off comfortably asleep. So this story is a story about a prince. He's got a wonderful father, the king, who's a kind person who everyone throughout the land loves. So the prince wonders whether when he's king, he'll be as good as his father. And at the moment, the prince doesn't feel that he's got a sense of purpose. He lives in a beautiful palace. The palace has high walls, grand gardens, beautiful colours everywhere, echoing corridors, exquisite decoration. And yet he doesn't feel he has a purpose. just as the prince. He knows his father, the king, has a purpose, and he hopes one day he'll be as good as his father. But as the prince, he's unsure of what his purpose is. And as the king's son, he's always had a privileged position. He's always been able to get whatever he wants and lead a life of extravagance, and never wanted for anything. And every day the prince goes to a window in the palace. He gazes out through the window across the land. He looks over in the direction of the mountains beyond the forest, and he wonders what life beyond the palace grounds is like. He can see all of the people in the land going about their day-to-day life. Every day he can gaze over beautiful sunrises and beautiful sunsets, admiring the changing colour of the sky. He looks over at the tops of the trees of the forest. He looks over at the distant mountains. He finds it a beautiful view. And when he gazes out over the forest, over the mountains, he lets his mind wander. His mind often wanders to what it must be like out beyond the grounds of the palace. He wonders what it must be like. He wonders what adventures could lie beyond the walls of the palace. He wonders what other people are getting up to, because he's aware that every single human being throughout the land has a story of their own. And he wonders what are the differences between those people out across the land and those people within the palace, because the people across the land appear so poor. They appear like they have nothing, and yet they always appear so happy. And it surprises him how happy many of them seem when they have so little. So one day, when gazing out of the window, the prince decides to set out. He decides to go on an adventure, into the unknown. The prince decides that he doesn't want to be stuck within the palace grounds anymore. He's not going to find a sense of purpose while he's stuck here. To find a sense of purpose, he needs to leave the palace, go on a journey, go on an adventure of self-discovery and curiosity. He needs to set out and find himself. The prince decides that it's best if he sneaks out of the palace. That way no one will know that he's gone. And because nobody's known he's gone, nobody will realise he's the prince, because he won't have guards around him. So he decides to put on some clothing that helps him to blend in with others around him outside the palace. And he decides that when he leaves, he's going to leave his problems behind in the palace, because they'll always be there waiting for him when he comes back. And he wants to be able to solve his problem of what is his purpose. And to do that, he needs to go and find the answer from his journey. So he leaves the problem behind. He waits until it's really late at night, as sunrise is approaching, he decides that that's the ideal time to set off. So that it's dark and he's got the cover of darkness to help him get away from the palace, clear of the land. And yet the morning sun will rise as he gets comfortable into his journey. He decides that with the uncertainty ahead, he just needs to flow with that uncertainty because he doesn't know what's going to lie ahead. So the prince sneaks out of the palace. He walks through the land. He heads past some early risers starting to set up market stalls. He sees a few people walking with dogs and a few people walking for enjoyment, and he feels the warm early morning breeze on his face. There was something about being out of the palace at this time in the morning that helped him to feel comfort, feeling the fresh morning air on his face, breathing in the fresh morning air, feeling it enter his nostrils. And as he continued his journey and the sun began to rise, he could notice the light glistening off of cobwebs, off of the dew in the cobwebs, as the cobwebs blew lightly on the grass. He could feel the fresh air. And while he walked, he was aware of the sound of each step that he took, as he strode confidently and calmly into this unknown adventure. And the prince gazed around him. And while he was gazing around, he became more aware of movement, where the breeze was moving the grass and the leaves in the trees, and the rustling sound, and the sight of some clouds moving in the sky. And the prince chose to walk along the side of a stream, and he could notice the stream just some distance away, so he walked towards the stream. He felt that that stream probably started in the mountains, so he walked towards the stream and decided to follow the stream all the way to the mountains. As the prince continued his journey, he felt something he'd never felt before. It was a strange sensation in his stomach. He felt a kind of excitement in his stomach that spread round into his chest and tingled down into his arms and his legs. He had an excitement about this adventure into the unknown. And as the prince walked comfortably along the side of the stream, he was aware of the way the light was shimmering on the water. He could notice some small fish swimming under the shimmering surface. Some would remain stationary and then suddenly dart around. Others would just lazily be swimming under the water in shoals, and he could hear the trickling sound of the water, and he found the sound of the trickling water so relaxing, so comforting, so calming. And the prince decided to hold on to a sense of that calm, relaxing feeling while he paid attention to the journey at hand and continued walking along the side of the stream towards the mountains in the distance. And he followed the stream into the forest. And as he followed the stream into the forest, he noticed how the wind began to die down. The rustling sound of the leaves could be heard overhead. The light in the forest began to become dimmer and darker. And he began to notice more forest sounds and less of the sounds from outside the forest as he walked deeper and deeper into the forest. He noticed how in the forest the leaves on the ground were much drier, and so each step he took, he could hear the crunching, crackling sound of the leaves beneath his feet. Something about being in the forest seemed to make the sounds appear more muffled than they appeared out in the open. And he found this curious experience. And off in the distance the prince could hear a whistling. So as he continued walking along the path, he wondered who would be out there? Who would be out in this forest whistling? He was curious to discover and find that out. He felt the whistling sounded a little jolly, so he decided it was safe to go and investigate. The prince decided that he should trust the decisions that he made, because he was sure that any of those decisions could be the decisions that help him to find the answer to the reason he left the palace. So the prince continued walking and walking, deeper and deeper into the forest, and as he walked, he continued to have this sense of being followed. He didn't know what was following him, but he had this sense that something was following him, that someone was there, that they were close behind. After walking for what seemed like many hours, the prince finally caught up with the person who was whistling. And he looked over to where the whistling was coming from, and he saw a wise one. The wise one was just stopped by a pool of water. He could notice how the stream was trickling into this pool of water before flowing away from the pool of water. So he approached the wise one and he asked, "What are you doing here?" And the wise one replied, "He often walks out into the middle of nowhere. He walks out into the middle of the forest to be able to relax and hear himself think." The prince wondered to himself, why do you need to walk all the way out here just to relax and hear yourself think? Couldn't you just sit at home and sit quietly and hear yourself think? The wise one carried on talking. The wise one continued to explain that sometimes you just need to go somewhere to escape from it all. Somewhere where no one else is. The wise one then threw a sparkling stone into the pool. And the prince watched that stone sink slowly to the bottom of the pool. and the wise one and the prince had their attention looking at where the stone went in. And the wise one told the prince to watch and pay attention to what is happening to that water. The prince looked and watched. He didn't really understand what he was supposed to have seen. All he saw was ripples spreading out throughout the pool. And then after a few moments, the pond calmed down again and the ripples went back to normal with just the natural waves across the water. And as he gazed through the water, he could notice the glistening on the stone where it lay on the bottom under the water. But at this point he didn't understand what it all meant. And the wise man looked over at the prince and told him, when the time is right, you will understand. So the prince remembered this message and carried on his way, still with that sense of being followed. And the prince began to feel that sense of being followed in his stomach. The prince didn't know whether that sense in his stomach was good or bad, he just knew he didn't like it. So the prince began to speed up as he left the wise one. He began to run through the forest. He was pushing branches out of the way, trampling over leaves, cracking twigs. He could feel his heart pounding. He could hear his breathing as he ran through the forest. The prince was aware of the warmth of his body as he was trying to get away from whatever was following him. Eventually the prince came to a clearing. He ran to the other side of the clearing, turned and looked. He knew that whatever was following him would have to come across the same clearing that he just came across. And he looked, and he looked. He could still hear his heart pounding, his deep breathing. And he looked, and he noticed his sweating as he tried to now calm himself down. And as he looked, he eventually saw something coming out into the clearing. He noticed the eyes first, then the nose, and then he noticed it was a wolf. And this wolf had clearly been the creature that had been following him. The prince didn't know much about wolves. He had heard stories. He'd heard stories about wolves attacking people, so the prince was scared. And he was angry that he'd managed to be followed. He became really disheartened at the thought that anything could happen now and there was nothing he could do. And at this point, the strangest thing happened to the prince. Without knowing how it happened, the prince began to logically think about the situation. And the more he logically began to think about the situation, the more his strong emotional state began to disappear. The anger began to go away. His disheartedness began to fade away. He began to feel calmer, more relaxed. And as he continued to logically think of more and more reasons about how he could deal with the situation, and how he couldn't have helped being followed, because wolves do have much better senses than people, he began to feel more pleased and excited that he was going to find a solution to this current problem. And all the old emotional states that he didn't want there at that moment began to disperse, to fade away. He realized that he had achieved a lot from his journey so far already. And all the time he was thinking this, the wolf was getting closer and closer, padding its way across the clearing. And the prince thought that that wolf looked very much like a dog. And he thought, even if the wolf naturally kills things and eats meat, that doesn't mean that it's going to harm him. And the prince's natural emotional situation was that he should run away or stand and fight. But the prince decided to do something completely different. He decided to calmly approach the wolf. He had a small smile on his face. His shoulders were relaxed, his hands were open, and he calmly walked across the clearing in the most non-threatening way that he could find. And as he approached the wolf, he knelt down on the ground, held out his hand for the wolf to come to him. And surprisingly, the wolf approached him. And the wolf started eating out of his hand. And within a few moments, the prince was petting the wolf. And the prince remembered that in the past as a child, he'd been very good with animals. He'd calmed horses down just by walking up to them calmly while talking calmly to them and being relaxed around them. He'd calmed dogs down in the same kind of way, and he realized that his ability to do those sort of things in those situations meant that he was able to draw on those memories now and those abilities now to be able to handle this new situation where he initially felt threatened. And the prince didn't know why he thought that that was an important revelation to him. He only knew that it was. And this wolf was no ordinary wolf. This wolf was there for a reason. It was there to help guide the prince safely up into the mountains. And the prince still didn't know exactly how he was going to find the answer to his problem back at the palace. He just had this feeling that if he just went with the uncertainty, the answer would come to him. And the prince followed the wolf up into the mountains. It was a treacherous road with jagged rocks, steep cliffs, And there were some areas where the prince had to help the wolf up into them, and other areas where the wolf had to help the prince into them. He could hear how his footsteps had changed. The sound of them had changed because the terrain had changed. And the prince and the wolf had to work together, and together they were able to quickly ascend the mountain. And the prince climbed higher and higher into the mountains. He was aware of the colours of the rocks, how when he looked back he could see the green of the forest. And when he looked up he could notice the bubbling cover of cloud floating overhead. And the prince and the wolf kept climbing, and they climbed above the cloud cover, and when they looked back and down they could see a carpet of white. And when he looked up he noticed that everything was white on the mountain as well, that the mountain was covered in snow. And the wolf and the prince continued to climb through the snow, finding it more and more of a struggle the higher and higher they went. And the only thing that kept the prince going on this arduous trek up through the mountain was that he was beginning to truly see himself as not having that problem by the time he got back to the palace. And somehow the wolf managed to understand him, and whatever he needed, the wolf managed to help him with. It was as if somehow he was able to communicate with the animals in a way that he could never have imagined. He was communicating through body language, through the way he used his voice and his ability to remain calm with the wolf. And the higher and higher up the mountain the prince went, the more focused his attention became on the road ahead. And at this point in his journey he didn't want to stray too far to the left or the right, because either way could be lethal for him. And after much struggling and much hard work, the prince could see a cave up ahead, high up in this mountain top. And at the same time as that, the prince reached a peak where he could turn around, and as he looked behind him, a surprising thing had happened. The clouds had all begun to disperse, and he could see the palace off in the distance. He could see his land, he could see the forest, and he could see multiple paths that he could have taken up the mountain, and he could see the stream where it entered into the forest. He could see the pool in the forest. He could see the clearing. He could see the stream carrying on out the other side of the forest, off in the direction of the palace. And as he looked out towards the palace, he knew that somewhere over there was that old problem that he'd left behind. And now he was so far away from it, and up a mountain with this new perspective. The thing he wondered now was how he was going to get back there. He really wanted to get back in one day, and yet it had taken him nearly all day to get to where he was now. And as the prince entered the cave with his wolf, and they sat down and he lit a fire, and he warmed up and noticed the flickering of the flames on the walls. He began to gaze into the fire, listening to the crackling, gazing with the flickering of the light out the corner of his eyes, hearing the sound of the wind hissing at the entrance to the cave. The prince's mind began to wander, and the prince began to wonder about how he was going to get back. And as he gazed at the fire, the outside of his vision began to get blurry, and he began to feel really relaxed. And it was as if time began to stand still, as if time began to really slow down, as if the flickering began to almost come to a halt. And the prince began to think about many ideas about how he could get down, and the quickest way of getting back to the palace. And he thought of many ideas. He thought about perhaps there could be a tunnel leading all the way back there. He imagined that perhaps he could invent a flying machine. He thought that would never happen. He imagined he could ride back on the wolf's back, but then realized that he would be too big to do a thing like that. And as his gaze gradually lifted up from the fire in a trancey kind of way, he became aware of some paintings around the walls. He didn't quite know what they meant, and then it was almost as if the wolf was able to communicate with him. It was almost as if the wolf was the wise one. And I don't know how it happened, but the wolf said to the prince, "What it is that you need is to have many viewpoints." The wolf said to him, "You know all that you've learnt from your journey, you just don't know that you know it. And you know on one level you've remembered all that you've remembered, you just don't know that you've remembered it all. And the things that you have learnt have many benefits for the future. And all the things you've learnt, you've remembered so well on many levels. You just don't know you've learnt them all." And the prince somehow managed to take all this in instinctively, almost in a dreamlike kind of way. And he decided the best response to this would be to let himself go and to trust the instinctive part of his mind. And the wolf told him, "Whenever you need me, wherever you are, just close your eyes, count to 10, and with each count on each out-breath, you can relax and you can find yourself back here in this cave where you can meet me again in this trancey state of mind, gazing into the fire. And you can ask me questions and I will answer them wisely, helping you with things you do not yet know." And the prince decided that this was a good time to begin to take that leap of faith. He could honestly and fully see himself as not having that old problem that he came here to sort out. He didn't know yet how it was going to sort itself out and go away. He just knew it was no longer going to exist. He thought to himself, all he needs now is to think creatively and see many different viewpoints. The prince stood up. He backed up in the cave. He took a few deep breaths and then he ran. He ran like the wind. He ran faster and faster. And the wolf just watched as he ran past the fire, past the wolf towards the entrance of the cave. And he ran and he ran. And as he reached the entrance, he just jumped. And as he left the cave, all that was below him was nothing. He was aware that somewhere beneath the clouds below him was the mountain and the forest. And as the prince fell, he hoped that this leap of faith worked out. He was trusting his instinctive part of himself, and as he fell through the clouds, he closed his eyes and relaxed. And as he relaxed, he felt a tingling feeling throughout his hands and in his body. And as everything began to tingle, he felt himself go into a dream-like state. And then he opened his eyes and soared back above the clouds and found himself flying. He discovered that he'd become an eagle, a graceful golden eagle, soaring and flying. He could feel the wind rushing beneath his wings. He could notice the motion of the world around him as he spun in the sky. And as he dived down towards the ground and swooped up, he became aware of how his hearing had got more sensitive, his vision had drastically increased and improved. He was able to look at something and focus in on it, almost like looking through binoculars. And as he flew above the forest and looked down on the stream, he gazed off towards his kingdom, back towards the palace. He knew now what he needed to know that when he got back to the palace, he would no longer have the problem that sent him on his quest in the first place. He was able to see so many viewpoints. He could fly up really high and notice the curving of the earth. He could swoop down really low and watch colours flash by in an instant. Or he could just glide effortlessly and enjoy peace and relaxation in the warm air currents. Just enjoying the floating feeling. And the prince now knew how he was going to make it back to the palace by the end of the day. And as he approached his land, he came swooping in low, turned back into the prince, rolling as he hit the ground, landing on his feet. And with great excitement he ran across the land, back towards the palace, running through the streets, running excitedly up to the palace, running up to the palace door, letting himself in, running up to his favourite window, gazing back out over the land, noticing the sun setting, gazing at the mountains, over the forest, and he could swear that he could have a sense of the wolf looking back at him, and he remembered what it was the wolf said to him. And what he discovered was that he now no longer had that problem that sent him on the adventure. Yet he knew that he'd love to go on this adventure again in the future when the time is right. So he lay down, closed his eyes and relaxed in bed. And as he felt a sense of peace and clarity, he took a few deep breaths and drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep, falling comfortably and relaxed asleep. So as you listen to me and begin to drift off to sleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting asleep faster with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the words that I use, or perhaps with the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so I'll tell a story in the background. A story about somebody sitting down to meditate. And every day they sit down, close their eyes and drift comfortably into a meditation. Wherever they are, they always find time to sit down, close their eyes and drift comfortably into a meditation. And one day they're up on a hillside with their eyes closed and they're listening. They can hear distant sounds. They can hear birds. They can feel the breeze on their face. They can feel the ground beneath them. They can feel the way they're breathing in and breathing out. They can notice how thoughts pass by like sticks on a stream, or clouds in the sky. And they find a sense of rhythm, a sense of comfort, a sense of harmony, as they explore a sense of inner wisdom. And as they continue to meditate and drift deeper inside their mind, they start to find themselves walking towards a bed. And they walk towards that bed and find themselves getting into the bed and lying down. And they find themselves feeling more comfortable. And the more comfortable they feel, the more they notice themselves drifting comfortably asleep. And as they drift comfortably asleep, they start to find themselves in a dream. They discover that they're in a vast cavern, and in this cavern is a giant dragon, and this giant dragon lets out a roar of fire in their direction, and they hide behind a small piece of rock, ducking down behind that rock, watching as the fire passes all around them, while they're shielded by the rock. They then run out from behind that cover, looking around, watching how that dragon's head is tracking them. They spy another rock. They jump through the air, flip over in the air and land behind that rock just as another outburst of fire comes in their direction. And they're protected from that fire as well. They then poke their head up as the dragon breathes in. They see that there's some rock nearer to the dragon. They jump over the rock. They run towards that rock as the dragon's head tracks them. They dive towards the rock, skid along the ground and slide up against the rock just as the dragon lets out another breath of fire. They duck down and protected behind the rock. And they can now hear the dragon's breathing, almost feel the heat of the dragon's body. As the dragon breathes in, they jump over that rock, run at the dragon, and jump up onto the dragon's neck. And they rest the palm of their hand on the dragon's neck. And they close their eyes and they think. And they channel their thoughts through their hand of peace, of calmness, of tranquility. And they communicate that through their hand, through their touch, through their breathing. Breathing calm, breathing serenity. Feeling the dragon drifting and breathing calmer and calmer. Noticing the dragon's movements becoming calmer and calmer as they communicate that through the touch on the dragon's neck. Until after a few minutes, the dragon lowers its neck, lowers its head to the ground. Its breathing slows right down. And the dragon relaxes. They then climb down off the dragon and head back through that cavern, leaving the cavern, heading down a tunnel. Out of the tunnel to see a vast open meadow, and off in the distance to see mountains and see forest. And they see a gathering of tents, and they walk over to the tents. And the people that are waiting at the tents are cheering and clapping and celebrating what you've just done with the dragon. And you go over to those tents to find out what's going on. And you find out that the dragons are normally friendly in this land, but something had cursed them and made them become aggressive. And so you had been called in to calm the dragons down, to use your touch, the way you communicate, to calm the dragons down. And you've now calmed this dragon down. And now the task can be on to find out how to stop all the other dragons, how to calm the land again, how to undo the curse. And you walk with someone into a tent and they show you a map on a table. And they show you where you are. They show the forest and the mountains and the lake beneath the mountains among the forest. And they show a mark on the map where you have to get to. And so you leave the tent and you start on your journey down into the land. And you walk down, heading down towards all the trees, heading down towards that lake. And as you walk towards that lake, so you can hear the sounds of birds, feel the breeze on your face. And going down near the forest and noticing the sound of the wind blowing through the trees. As you walk through the trees, wondering what it is you're going to have to do to end this curse. And you walk through the trees. You walk all the way down to the lake. And at the lake you start off walking around the lake and then reach a point where you see a small boat, and so you take that boat and you row across the lake, pushing that water with the oars on one side, then the other, then the other side, then the other, smelling that fresh water of the lake, rowing across the lake to the foot of the mountains. And at the foot of the mountains you begin to climb. And you climb and climb. And then halfway up, the sun is setting, and you find a cave. So you set up a temporary camp in the cave. You light a fire and notice how the firelight dances on the cave walls, the shadows dance on the cave walls. You can hear the whistling air as it blows past the cave, as you relax in this cave, feeling warm and calm and comfortable, relaxing in this cave and slowly drifting off to sleep. And then in the morning, some sunlight shines in the cave, and you leave that cave and continue your climb, climbing higher and higher up in the mountains, where the mountains become snowy, and you continue climbing up through the snow, hearing the cracking crunching of the snow beneath your feet, climbing higher and comfortably up higher into the mountains. And as you get nearer to the top, so you notice there's some kind of a structure up here on the mountains. And you start climbing towards that structure. and you notice it looks like some kind of a temple. And you slowly and quietly walk into that temple. And as you do, you notice how the sounds of the wind die down, how it's much warmer in the temple than outside. And you start walking around this temple. And you find an ancient book that starts telling you about the curse and how to lift that curse. And you have to go to the highest peak and look down over the land in a special way, and you'll know what to do. And so you leave this temple. You continue climbing higher and higher up the mountain until you eventually reach the top. And you gaze out over the land, both sides of the mountain. And you see that up here there's a circular pad on the ground, a circular space. And so you sit down in the center of that circular space. You gaze out over the land, closing your eyes. And drifting deeper and deeper inside with each out-breath. And the deeper and deeper you go, the more connected you feel to the mountain and then to the land. And in your mind's eye, you start seeing light blue lines spreading out from you like threads, spreading out from you, connecting with the mountain, connecting with the nearest animals to you, connecting with animals further away, and gradually connecting with all life in the land. You start to see this connection happening with your eyes closed, as if they're open. You start to see the way you're connecting with all life in this land with these blue threads. And then you notice that some red threads start to appear. And you see one of the red threads is up in the air, and you follow it, and you notice it's a dragon. And then you follow one of the other red threads and can see another dragon flying elsewhere. And you realize that the red threads must be taking you to dragons and connecting with the dragons. And all the blue threads are connecting with everything else. And that those red threads need to be blue. And so you start to see the way you're connected to all things, and you start to send loving kindness, peace, down those threads. You start to see those red threads turning blue, as if there's blue coming out of your body and down those threads, and you watch as the threads start to turn blue. And that blue expands further down the threads, the more relaxed you become and the more focused you become, but not in a conscious, forced focus, just a relaxed, automatic focus curiosity, absorption on the ongoing experience. And you focus on passing loving kindness, compassion, relaxation, comfort through those threads. And you see how that starts to pass towards the dragons. And eventually those threads turn blue. And you notice that the dragons that were flying are now flying in a calmer kind of way. And that from up here you're able to see and connect with all things. And spread out some of what is useful from you into all those things, including the dragons, and calming the dragons in the land, and undoing the curse in the land. And after all the threads have turned blue, so you notice that now there's a white, beautiful light spreading out from yourself, sparkling and twinkling down those threads, turning those threads a beautiful white light, sending peace and love and kindness to all beings in the land, undoing any curse and protecting everyone from any future curse. And you relax and meditate and pass that along. And then after all the threads have turned white, it feels right to allow the eyes to open. And so they open as you stand up on that space, and you start heading back down from the mountain. And the sun's setting, so you stop off again in the cave. You light the fire again, drift off, have a comfortable sleep in that cave with the way the light dances on the walls, the way the shadows dance, and the comfort in the cave. And then in the morning, you continue your journey down the mountain, all the way down to the lake. And then at the lake, you row across the lake to the shore the other side, and then start walking back through the woods, through the forest, walking back to the meadows and finding your way back up to that camp with those tents. And as you arrive at the tents, so you get told that you've dealt with all the negativity in the land, you've broken the curse in the land, all the dragons are back to being friendly, and the land is back to normal. And so they take the tents down, they pack the tents away, and they all go off about their daily business without needing to worry about anything. Now their tents are packed away. And then you find yourself drifting back to meditating on that hill, like you do every day. And then when the meditation's complete, you carry on with your day, and then at the end of the day, that calmness remains, that peace remains. And you go home, you get into bed, and easily and effortlessly begin to drift off to sleep. And sometimes that's quick, other times it takes a few breaths to happen. Just drifting comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can make sure you're comfortable, you can close your eyes. And I don't know whether you'll drift more comfortably asleep with the sound of my voice, with the spaces between my words, or with the words themselves. And so as you drift comfortably asleep, you can listen to me tell this story in the background. And there was a lady who enjoyed going out camping. She enjoyed peace and solitude. She enjoyed being one with nature, and felt that being one with nature, being out camping on your own, helped to connect with the world around you, helped to keep you grounded. And so she decided to go out camping, and with her backpack on her back, she trekked out into the countryside. She trekked through woodland, enjoying the sounds of the birds, hearing a woodpecker at a tree, the sound of a distant stream, the sounds of rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze, the sound of each footstep, the smells in the woods, and occasionally she would touch a branch of a tree to feel that connection, to feel the sensations of the bark on the fingertips. She would stop and watch butterflies dancing around flowers, and the way beams of light would dance from the canopies above. And she appreciated the reduced sound that you get in the woods. The way everything just seems so much more peaceful and calm. And after some time walking through the woods, she found herself reaching a gate, passing through that gate, and entering into a vast meadow with hills either side, deer off in the distance, just grazing and watching out. She could see birds flying overhead, and other animals in the meadow, and all the different wildflowers. And she set up a camp up on the hillside, overlooking the meadow, able to look one way to the woodland, able to look the other way, further down into the meadow, all the way down to a lake way off in the distance. and she prepared her area. And created a campfire and set up a tent. And then sat down just inside the tent in front of that campfire, listening to the crackling fire. As the fire began to burn down, so that it'd just be giving off heat and very few flames, just a glowing fire by nightfall. Just some glowing embers. And as the sun set, so she began to hear and notice bats flying overhead, catching insects. And just the calming sounds of the outdoors. And she could feel the warmth of the fire while she sat just inside her tent, having something to eat. And she enjoyed this experience and valued this experience of being able to look up and see the stars across the sky, of noticing the way the firelight makes shadows dance and seems almost hypnotic as you gaze at it. And as she sat there, gazing at the fire, she started eating on an apple, enjoying the sweetness of the apple. Valuing the way that the apple was created with its skin to hold the goodness in. And then she noticed that it was starting to rain a bit, and she'd camped in all conditions, and she liked it when it rained. She felt it calming and comforting. So she backed into her tent, climbed into a sleeping bag, zipped up the entrance to the tent. She knew her tent was well and truly grounded and safe and secure. And at first she could hear large drops of water hitting the fabric of the tent. And she had a light on inside the tent, just hanging above her. You could notice the drops of rain hitting the tent. And those drops started large and infrequent, and gradually started to get more frequent as the rain got heavier outside. And she knew that the rain would put the fire out. But as she was approaching bedtime anyway, she wasn't going to need the fire. She was plenty warm enough in her sleeping bag in the tent, and she just rested back in that sleeping bag, felt all snuggly and warm and cozy, just listening to the way the rain bounced on the tent. The way the wind made the sides of the tent move. And she found it so calming, so relaxing. A bit like sitting in a conservatory on a rainy day, or sitting in a car on a rainy day. Just being able to listen to that rain while keeping dry and warm and comfortable. And she relaxed back, listening to the rain, and found that the rain was rhythmically guiding her asleep. Found the rain was just rhythmically guiding her asleep. And although she was attempting to keep her attention focused on the rain, on enjoying the sound of the rain, her eyes would flicker, and she'd find that she kept dropping off asleep for a moment at a time, until eventually she totally fell asleep comfortably. And the next thing she knew, she woke up in the morning feeling so refreshed and revitalized, to the sounds of birds and morning animals announcing the morning. She opened the tent and saw the sunlight and breathed in the fresh air that seemed even more fresh, as if the rain had washed any pollutants out of the air. She could see the morning dew across the meadows, across the plants. See some of it turning to mist as the sun continued to rise. And she climbed out of the tent, stretched herself, and then went and prepared herself for the morning, went and restarted the fire to make herself some breakfast and a cup of tea. Boiled a pot of water and just loved that moment when the pot would start whistling, to let her know that she's ready to pour the tea. And that feeling of drinking a tea in the countryside out of a flask cup or a camping cup rather than a typical mug at home. Something about holding that cup in her hands, feeling the warmth of that tea. And she just sat back and enjoyed the view, enjoyed looking down towards the lake, enjoyed looking over to the woodland, enjoyed watching the birds in the sky. And she knew the grass was still slightly damp from the night before. But if it wasn't for that, you'd almost not have realised it had rained. Because of the fact there was no clouds in the sky, everything was just blue in every direction. and the air was fresh and cool. And she could feel it in her nostrils, feel it on her skin, as she rested there drinking a tea, enjoying this moment's peace and solitude, enjoying this time inside her mind with her own thoughts and ideas about nature, about what there is to enjoy in life, to look forward to in life, to appreciate in life. And she gazed down at the meadow, and she thought it was curious how every single blade of grass is actually unique and different to every other single blade of grass. Yet at a glance, you could just assume that all those blades of grass are just a blade of grass looking like any other blade of grass. But it's only when you get down to each blade and truly and honestly take a close look at each blade of grass that you notice that each one is slightly different to each other one. And yet, all of that difference doesn't take away from the beauty of the meadow, the harmony in the meadow, the way everything seems connected. Everything seems to have a purpose out here in the country. And she enjoyed her little insights like this. Like the sadness of a predator catching its prey. And yet, had the predator not caught the prey, it wouldn't turn out so well for the predator or the predator's offspring. And the joy when the prey gets away. And how that turns out well for the prey's offspring. And how everything from the blades of grass to the deer to the birds of prey, how everything is connected in a balance. And she's just an observer on this. And she enjoyed having thoughts like this. Thoughts that allowed her to connect, to understand deeper meaning and appreciation for the world around her. She could almost feel the countryside in her heart, as if she was one, in step, in rhythm, in harmony with the countryside, with the world around her. Able to just enjoy being in the moment. Not trapped in the past in her mind, worrying about other things. Not trapped in the future in her mind, worrying about what might be. But enjoying being in the here and now, accepting that what is. And just enjoying what she can do here and now. And during the day, as the sun rose higher, she kept her camp set up and wandered away from her camp. She wandered down the hill, wandered through the meadow towards that lake. She walked all the way to the lake. and barefooted she walked into the lake, just a little way in, to feel the water, to feel the coolness of the water on her feet as it flowed and lapped gently on the shore, and gazed down through that water at small fish swimming around her feet, tickling her toes, darting out the way whenever she moved her feet, and then coming back again when her feet were stationary. And just stood there with her eyes closed, breathing in and out the fresh air, the way the air smelled even fresher over the water, enjoying the way the sun glistened on the lake, the way the breeze blew across the lake, enjoyed the peace and silence here, with no one else around, just her in nature, able to connect, no worries, no phones, no distractions, just a connection with the environment. And through the day she wandered around the lake, she sat by the lake, she meditated, she took in the environment. She felt a connection with the environment. She had something to eat at lunchtime. And then as it approached the end of the day, she went back to her tent to settle down for another night. And again she lit a fire, just for some light, a bit of warmth in the evening, and to cook some food with. And she had something to eat in the evening, listened to the crackling fire, felt its warmth, enjoyed the way that shadows danced, the flames flickered. As that fire gradually burned down to just embers, and then when she was ready and felt it was time to sleep, she moved back into the tent, zipped up the entrance, lay down in her sleeping bag, and just listened to the evening sounds outside. And as she listened to those evening sounds outside, so she began to breathe deep, comfortable breaths, with each out-breath being longer than each in-breath, having a sense of a connection with the world around her, focusing on her breathing and on the sounds around her. As she began to drift comfortably asleep, and as she drifted comfortably asleep, so she drifted into some comfortable dreams for the night. And she knew she was going to enjoy those dreams before waking in the morning, again feeling so calm and refreshed, to enjoy another day on this hillside and in this valley. And she knew she was going to spend a few more days out here, exploring and enjoying being one with nature, before deciding to head back home to her real life, back to normality. She was going to make the most of this time here first. And she thought all that as she just drifted, comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you take a moment to close your eyes, get yourself comfortable, and begin to drift off to sleep, you can listen to me talking in the background. And as you listen to me talking in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep with the sound of my voice, with the words that I use, or with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift off to sleep, I'm going to tell you a story about a couple who lived in a castle. And this couple enjoyed their life in the castle. They worked in the castle. They spent a lot of their time in the castle grounds. They occasionally ventured out to the nearby village. This couple felt that they had a very lucky life. And then one day they decided to go on a trip together. They wanted to go somewhere different. They decided to go away for a few days. So they packed some bags and decided they were going to go camping. They were going to go off and just see where they end up. And they left the castle, left the grounds, and began to walk down towards the nearby village. And they walked along that road towards the nearby village. And as they walked, they looked around them. They admired the countryside. They could see people working in fields. They could see birds flying above the nearby woodland. They noticed the colour of the sky, felt the warmth of the sun on their skin. They could listen to the footsteps they were taking, and how they both fell in time with each other. How both of them had their footsteps fall in time with each other. And they wandered into the village, walked through the village, wandered along by the market stalls. And they bought themselves some food and a few other bits and pieces as they continue their journey through the village and then out the other side of the village. And they're walking down towards the nearby lake, and then they were going to follow the lake along to a river, and then they'd follow the river. And they'd never gone much further than the lake before, so they didn't know where the path along the edge of the river would take them. So they walked through the village and continued walking down towards that lake. And the lake was slightly down a hill. and they chatted to each other as they walked, while they enjoyed the environment. They're both curious what they would discover. And as they reached the lake, they decided to stop for a bite to eat. They laid down a mat on the ground. They sat on the mat, and they ate some food, and they rested back. They enjoyed some of the sun, the relaxing sound of the water lashing on the shore. Just enjoyed having a comfortable experience. And then later in the afternoon, they decided to continue their journey. They continued around the lake, around to the river, and started following the river. And after a few hours, they noticed how the sun was beginning to set, and they were approaching some woodland. And they were already beyond what they normally walked in this direction. So they took some time to set up camp and have a rest, and they made a little fire, they set up a tent, and they settled down for the night, enjoying this adventure together. And as the sun set and the moon rose, so the stars brightened the sky as they drifted comfortably asleep. And in the morning they felt awake and alert to continue their journey. And after some time, the path along the edge of the river seemed to come to an end. And they didn't know which way to go. So they decided to walk off-road, to cut through the woods. And so they cut through the woods, went off-road. And after a while, they discovered an unusual looking tree. And they walked up and they touched that tree, they ran their fingers around the bark. And they noticed this tree was artificial. And the tree was against a steep cliff. And it almost looked like it was built into the cliff, as if somehow this tree, if it wasn't artificial, had grown partially in the cliff. But they could tell that there was something different about this. It looked like a tree, felt like a tree, but they could tell that it was artificial. And as they were running their fingers around the bark, feeling what this tree felt like, suddenly a door opened in the tree. And they decided that they're trying to have an adventure, so they would walk through that door. And they walked through the door into the tree, and it was a path that led them into this cliff. So they followed this path, and they walked into the cliff. They closed the door behind them, lit a torch, and walked into the cliff. And the sounds changed as they walked inside this cliff. the feeling of the air changed while they're inside the cliff. And they followed this secret path, unsure where it would take them. And after some time of walking along this secret path, they found a chamber deep inside this cliff. And in this chamber was a glowing blue pool of water in the centre. And they walked over to that glowing pool of water. They put their hands in to feel the water, and it felt warm and comfortable. And then they sat there and they lowered their legs in, and it felt refreshing. And while they were sat there with their legs dangling in the water, so they noticed some of that glowing passing up and over them, and it felt so comfortable, so comforting and calming. And then that light engulfed them. And it was almost like the light and the water were the same thing. It was almost like the water had covered their whole body, a little bit like sweat, only without a sweaty feeling. And they climbed out of the water. They tried to dry themselves off, but found that this glowing continued to remain on them. And they didn't worry, it felt comfortable, but they wondered what it was. And they saw a door at the back of this chamber, and they opened the door and realized they were high up in a cliff with a path leading down to a valley full of trees. And as they looked out, suddenly they realized that at first glance they hadn't noticed. But the birds flying in formation over the valley hadn't moved. At first glance they didn't pay attention to this, but on reflection they realized those birds were stationary. They noticed there was a stillness to the air. And they walked their way down the path from that point in the cliff, down into the valley. And they couldn't hear any sounds of the leaves rustling. They couldn't hear any sounds of birds singing. They couldn't hear the sounds of their own footsteps. They realized somehow time has frozen, and they didn't know how. And they wondered whether perhaps the time had frozen, or perhaps they'd come out of time in some way because of that water. And they walked along the valley. They explored through the valley. And they saw different animals not moving anywhere. Some animals were mid what they were doing. There was a squirrel hovering in the air, mid-jump from tree to tree. There was birds hovering motionless in the air. And they explored with curiosity. They didn't know or understand what was going on, but they knew this was a curious experience. They walked through the valley, and they found a clearing. They walked out into the clearing. They could see stationary insects over certain plants. And they continued walking. They settled down to have a picnic and found something unusual about this environment, that it was weird being out in nature like this and yet having no sounds at all. And they found that a really weird experience. But they also found it a beautiful experience. They enjoyed their picnic and then noticed that the light or the water was dissipating from their bodies. In the same way that you just dry out in the sun over time. And as it was dissipating, so time appeared to be moving very slowly, and the more they dried off in the sun, the faster time appeared to go, until after quite a while, suddenly time seemed to be going at normal speed again. They could hear the breeze again. They could notice rustling of leaves in the trees, see the movement of plants, insects flying around, birds flying around. And they thought it was a curious experience. And they knew they were supposed to learn something from the experience, and they wondered what. And they felt like they had a sense of wonder and serenity. There was a certain serene feeling to the experience they had. And they discussed with each other about the importance of being in the moment, of making the most of each moment, rather than being in the future, worrying about what the future might hold, or what might happen in the future, or being in the past, worrying about what's happened in the past, or what people might think, but just being in the moment. And they felt that perhaps that was what was being taught to them, that they needed to be in the moment, to learn to appreciate what is here and now. And they enjoyed their food. And then the sun was setting again, and so they sat down in the valley. They set up camp, sat out talking most of the night with a campfire, enjoying the crackling of the campfire, watching how the shadows danced with each flickering flame, and the smell of that campfire, before relaxing down for the night, gazing up at the stars, watching them twinkle and dance, wondering if there's anyone out there on a planet somewhere, lying down gazing up at the stars, watching them twinkle in the night sky for them, wondering whether there's anyone out there looking back at them. They put an arm around each other, held each other tight, and drifted comfortably asleep. Then the next morning they had some breakfast. They took in the environment. They knew this was their last chance to see this location for a while. They walked back up to that cave. They walked through the cave. They came out of that door in that fake tree, walked through the woods and found their way back to the river. They camped again another night by the river. Before following that river all the way back to the lake. And they felt themselves walking slower, trying to make this trip last slightly longer, really trying to take in and absorb the experience and enjoy the experience, enjoy the companionship, enjoy the company of each other, and enjoy making the most of this time together. And they looked out over the lake. They saw people fishing, they saw people on boats. They admired the way the water flowed, the way the ripples moved, the way the air smelt fresh as it blew off the lake. They worked their way back up towards that village and stopped at the village to talk to friends about the trip they'd been on. They didn't say where that tree was exactly, but they talked about the trip they'd been on, some of the things they'd seen, some of the things they'd learned. Then they head back to the castle, to the familiar surroundings of their home, their workplace. And they settled down for the night, knowing they had work in the morning. They settled down for the night, still talking to each other about their time away, about the experience they just had, about their few days going exploring, and how they looked forward to going exploring again in the future, and whether they would go the same way, do the same kind of things, or go a different way and learn something new and find something else out. And they started already planning their future, planning future trips. And gradually their conversations calmed down as they found themselves gently and relaxing, drifting off to sleep in each other's arms, so calmly and relaxed asleep. I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting to sleep faster with the sound of my voice, with the words that I'm using, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably begin to drift off asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story in the background. A story of a young girl who keeps wanting to spend some time with her dad, but her dad is always busy. Her dad is always working or wanting to relax and have time for himself. And every day this girl asks, "Will you spend time with me today?" And every day he's always too busy. But eventually, just as she's giving up hope and yet still keeps trying, he responds by saying that he wants to take her fishing. He wants to teach her how to fish. And the girl didn't really have an interest in fishing, but was interested in spending some time with her father. So the two of them the next morning woke up, packed for the fishing trip, and set off to a nearby lake. And as they arrived at the lake, so the girl looked around. And she enjoyed the smell of that fresh air, breeze on her face. There was a few clouds in the sky. She could see trees around the edge of the lake and lush grass. And no one else seemed to be around. And her father said, "Come on this way," and took her down to a boat. And he carried a lot of the fishing gear and she carried a little bit. And they got on the boat. And he started to row that boat out into the middle of the lake. And then she asked if she could have a go at rowing. And so she rowed that boat towards the middle of the lake. And at first she struggled to get the coordination between the left and the right oar. And they kept going around in circles, and then weaving the other way, and then the other way. And sometimes the oar wouldn't go in the water right, and it would splash water up into her father's face. And he was laughing with her, as she was laughing at him. And they rowed out into the middle of the lake, pulled the oars onto the boat, and just allowed the boat to bob up and down in the middle of the lake. And the father then baited up the fishing hook and demonstrated how to get that hook as far away from the boat as possible into the water. And he whipped that rod as the reel unspun and the hook shot off and plopped into the water. She then got her smaller fishing rod and, facing the opposite side of the boat, she copied him and then whipped that rod off, and almost straight away got it right by copying. And the hook plopped into the water. And he said, "You just have to sit and wait. Just sit silently and patiently and feel the rod. Feel any subtle movement, sensations, that what you're looking for is a sign that a fish has bitten on the bait, and a slight tug on that hook, and that slight tug will translate into a slight movement at the tip of the rod, which will be felt in the handle, and that you just have to be able to sit and wait and focus on the feelings, focus on the sensations, that it's about becoming in tune with those feelings, learning to notice the most subtle response, and to be able to begin to learn the difference between a lifeless piece of weed catching on that hook and a fish, and that you can begin to learn the different way both feel, the different way different things feel, through your fingertips, through the palms of your hands, holding onto that rod, so that you'll know when to reel that fish in, and that when reeling a fish in, it's about sensitivity. Reel too fast, and you'll lose the fish. Reel too slow, and you'll lose the fish. So you have to reel at just the right speed, which requires sensitivity to know when to reel faster and slower, when to pause, reeling in or out. But it's almost like falling into a dance with the fish on the end of that line. And the father said, so it is with many other things in life. All you have to do is learn to transfer skills from one area to another. That there are people you need to deal with like fish, and situations that you need to deal with like this. And so fishing will teach more about life than just how to fish. And the girl had a sense that she kind of understood, but she didn't know how you transfer skills from one part of life to another. But she trusted that somehow it must happen, and she was enjoying her fishing trip with her father. It was these kind of experiences that she wanted. Something where she learned from the wisdom of her dad. And after a few hours of fishing on that lake, her father had caught a few fish, and yet nothing had bitten her line. And she was wondering whether she was doing something wrong. And so the father taught her a trick, a way of wiggling the rod, of pulling in and out the line a little bit to create some movement at the end, at the hook. that creates a sense of curiosity, intrigue. And she did this, and suddenly she got a bite. And excitedly she started reeling in this fish, following her father's instructions, not too fast, not too slow, sometimes letting the line go, sometimes pulling the line in, pulling on the rod, loosening the rod. And eventually she got the fish to the boat. She had a photo taken with that fish before she unhooked it and threw it back. And then she decided it was starting to get a bit later, and she was starting to get hungry. It was just after lunchtime, and she'd been there for hours. So the father suggested, why don't they row down the river? He knows this nice place to stop. So the father and his daughter set off across the lake to the river and started rowing down the river. And they rowed past people walking on the bank. And she loved just sitting back, closing her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun and the breeze on her face as they rowed down this river, as she listened to the sound of the oars, as they pushed the water behind them, while she occasionally would talk to her father, and he'd talk back. And she had this strong feeling that she was creating something beautiful in her mind that will last with her forever. And as they carried on rowing, they saw dog walkers on the shore. Some people just sitting there, eating sandwiches. Some people would just wave and say hello, for no reason at all other than that they were passing by. And after a little while, they arrived at a little pier area, somewhere to dock up the boat. And so the father navigated the boat alongside the pier, tied the boat to the side, helped his daughter off, and then climbed off the boat himself. And they were at a beautiful country hotel. And they walked up to the hotel. We're going to the restaurant in this hotel. They sat outside the front of the hotel, overlooking the river. And he went in and got some menus and came back. And they looked at the menus and decided what they'd like to eat. And then someone came out and served them. They ordered a couple of drinks, they ordered their food. And they sat, and just peacefully, with a mumble of sounds of the voices in the background, just sat and enjoyed the view, enjoyed gazing over the river. Watching others in boats of different kinds occasionally pass by, enjoying some relaxing time with Dad and daughter. And then their food came out and they ate their food. And they had a little talk with each other about their interests. Mainly the dad asking what the daughter liked to do, what was going on for her in her life at the moment. And while her mouth was answering, her mind was thinking about the fact that he was totally focused on her. He wasn't thinking about work, thinking about other things, thinking about what time he has to go. He appeared totally interested in her and what she had to say, and totally in that moment with her. And she felt so loved and valued and respected in that moment, and knew that her father being like this was teaching her more than just giving her a nice experience as a dad, teaching her about the way people interact and communicate meaningfully with each other. And after eating, they had another drink and continued sitting there, and she realised it was now getting well into the afternoon. And the sun was beginning to set. And the sky was starting to turn the most beautiful orange. And they left the hotel and went and sat on the pier, with their feet dangling over the edge, just continuing talking as the sun started getting lower over the horizon. And then before the sun had fully set, the dad said it was time to start heading back home, to make it down the river back to that lake and back to the shore before it gets too dark. And so as the sun was beginning its journey over the horizon, they got back in the boat, and the dad rowed the boat back along the river towards the lake. And the daughter continued to savour this moment, to savour this day. And then they arrived at the lake. The moon was more visible in the sky now, starting to shine brightly. The sun was almost totally set. It had long gone over the horizon, but there was enough light to still just about make out the shore. So the dad rowed to the shore. And he said, did you want to know how to start a fire and have an experience of some camping just for a few hours to really make the end of this day special, to round off the day so that when they get home they can just go to bed. It'll be the end of the day, but for now, did she want this experience? He could teach her, and she really did. So together they gathered up some wood from among the nearby trees. He demonstrated clearing an area to make sure the fire wouldn't set fire to anything it's not supposed to. Demonstrated stacking the wood, making it so that it will light. And then he lit the fire. And the girl got 2 chairs out of the car set up those chairs near the fire. And the dad got some food out of an icebox. And they cooked up that food and just enjoyed watching the last of the sun, watching how the stars appeared more in the sky, twinkling above, the way the moon now glistened on the lake. And then after a little while, the dad said it was time for them to go home. So they put out the fire, packed everything away, and made their journey back home. And on the journey home, the daughter and the dad continued talking and bonding, and the daughter said that she wanted to do this kind of thing more often. She didn't want it to be just a one-off. And the dad said that he also needed to make more effort, that he can get so wrapped up in work, so wrapped up in what he needs to do, that he forgets what he should do. And that sometimes life can pass you by while you're busy doing something else. And when there are loved ones involved, you don't want that to be the case. He told her that this trip had taught him a lot about where his priorities should be and how he should focus his attention. And the daughter closed her eyes and just listened as the car drove along. Just listened to the sounds around them with a smile on her face, reminiscing about the day she's just had and hoping this is the first of many. And then on arriving home, she kissed her dad and went up to bed. Got into bed and allowed herself to drift into a pleasant dream as she began to drift off comfortably asleep. So as you comfortably begin to drift off to sleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words, or whether it'll be that you drift deeper and more comfortably asleep with the words that I use. And so as you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story in the background. And while I tell that story, you can fall asleep comfortably. And there was a girl out in her garden one day, and she was playing and running around. And then she had the most unusual experience. While she was playing and running around, she saw a rabbit hole. And it was quite an unusually large rabbit hole. So she went over to that hole and peered inside, and it was dark. And so she decided to crawl inside a little bit to get a better look. And as she crawled in, so she noticed the hole got larger and larger, until eventually the hole was large enough for her to stand up and walk in. And as she walked along the inside of this rabbit hole, so she noticed that it turned from having mud all around the sides to merging into having concrete or some other man-made looking materials all around the sides, which gradually merged into looking like a corridor with flat sides and a flat roof and an echoey concrete floor. And the glow at the end of this corridor continued to get brighter as she walked closer to it with curiosity. And she reached out with her hand and ran her fingers on the wall, curious about the way that the wall had seemed to turn from mud to concrete. She could hear the way her footsteps were now echoing down the corridor. And she could look back and see that rabbit hole. And yet when she looked forward, it looked like there was a glow at a door or something off in the distance. And so, with a sense of calm curiosity, she walked her way towards that door. And when she arrived at that door, she saw that it looked like a lift. She pressed the button next to the door and waited and waited, and she could hear movement behind the door, the sound of a lift descending. And she waited and waited. And then with a ping, the door slid open and she walked inside the lift. And she thought this was a very peculiar situation, a very strange thing to happen. She saw that there was 5 levels and decided that she would just go all the way to the bottom. So she pressed 1. Waited a moment, the door slid shut, and the lift began to lower from 5 to 4 to 3, and she could see light passing by the lift as the movement continued to happen to 2 to 1, where the lift stopped and the door slid open. And she walked out of the lift and found herself in a vast cavern, as if somehow this lift had taken her down into a cave, and she wondered whether this cave was underneath her back garden, because she didn't know anything about this. And so she started exploring in the cave, walking around the outside of the cave initially, touching the cave wall, getting a feel for it, hearing the occasional drip of water echoing through the cave, hearing the way her footsteps echoed around the cave, and she couldn't hear any other noises in the cave. And then after a while, she saw something that looked a little bit different in the cave wall. Something that looked like it was artificial, but made to blend in, made to look like part of the cave. And she pushed against it and she pulled on it. And she felt around it, trying to find any clue. And then eventually she knocked a stone on the floor and realised that although it looked like it was a stone that should have moved, just like a loose stone, it didn't go anywhere. So she kicked it again and noticed it still didn't go anywhere. So she leant down, felt around on that stone, and realised that it was like a lever that you could pull upwards. So she pulled that stone upwards and then let go, and it popped back down to the ground into place. And as it did, the wall beside her slid backwards and then left, opening up a secret tunnel. And she walked into the secret tunnel, feeling curiouser and curiouser the deeper she went into the experience. And the weirdest thing happened, that as she was approaching the end of the tunnel, so everything started to get lighter, as if she was walking towards daylight. And she continued walking, and she started hearing the sounds of birds and the sounds of other animals she didn't recognize. And she could feel a breeze on her face. And she exited the tunnel and realized she was part way up a cliff, overlooking a vast valley with trees and grasses, and above looked like a sky with clouds. And yet she was aware that she's inside the ground, and this must be a vast cave, but she couldn't understand how. The ceiling here is glowing like normal daylight. She couldn't see where the sun was, but it looked as normal as when she's outside in the woods normally. And she saw that there was a path down to the bottom of the valley, and followed that path, and she could feel the breeze on her face. She could smell the woodland smell the wood and plants, hear the animals. And then as she looked around in the valley, she noticed something she didn't initially believe and had to double check, that it looked like there was dinosaurs in this valley. And there was pterodactyls in the sky. And it was like a prehistoric world. And some of the plants had vast, flat leaves. Others looked like unusual conifers. And apart from grasses, there didn't seem to be very many flowers that they could see. And she was fascinated by this, that somehow she had found her way to a prehistoric world. And she started exploring in this prehistoric world, climbing up trees, watching as giant dinosaurs walked past. Really getting absorbed in this prehistoric world. And then she noticed off in the distance by a lake that it looked like there was a person there. And so she thought she wants to go and talk to them, find out what this place is. So she climbed down from the tree and carefully worked her way through the valley. She had this feeling like everything was perfectly fine and safe, but she wanted to be careful nonetheless. And so she walked down the valley, breathing in the smells, feeling the grass and the air on her face, noticing the sound of each footstep. And as she continued down the valley, she could see the person was just milling around, doing something at the lake. She got closer and closer and noticed they looked a bit like some kind of a scientist or someone. And then eventually, she managed to get to where they were. And she kept just out of sight and watched them working. They were testing the water, taking a sample. They were testing the air and writing down some notes. They were taking a few pictures. And they were wheeling something, and they put their samples on the thing they were wheeling. And they started heading around the outside of the lake. And the girl carefully followed and quietly followed. And watched as they reached a cabin and went into the cabin. And she wondered whether she should follow, whether she should knock on the cabin door and introduce herself. And after a little while, she decided that that's what she would do. She had to know what this place was. She had a curiosity, and she wanted to know. So she knocked on the door. And she could see through the window that the person inside appeared startled. But they came to the door and they saw this girl stood there. They asked who she was, how she'd found them, why was she here? And she said, those were the questions I was going to ask you. Who are you? Why are you here? Where is here? And the person invited her in. And they sat down in that cabin. And she could feel a certain coolness inside the cabin. And a certain comfort. And she asked him, where is here? Who are you? And they wanted to know the same from her. And they explained that they created this place. They've spent their life creating this place. That they've had a fascination with the prehistoric world, with saving things. And they'd managed years earlier to create this prehistoric world underground. And they're the master of this world. Their role is to watch over it, to do as little as possible in the way of interfering with it, but just monitor it and make sure it ticks along okay. And the girl found this interesting and said that she'd got there by following a rabbit hole. And the master realised that somehow maybe a rabbit, maybe a different animal, had obviously burrowed into the ground and somehow managed to burrow into one of the corridors of this base, this underground facility. And so this curious girl had followed that into this underground facility. And she had so many questions about it, about how it was made, about the size of it, about how they've recreated the sun, how they make sure there's enough oxygen and the correct composition of the air, and that the plants can grow, and where they got all these prehistoric plants and animals. And the scientist explained everything. They normally didn't talk to anyone, so they enjoyed having someone who was interested in all this, that they could talk to about it all. They talked about how this was a secret place that no one was to know about, and the girl swore she would also keep it secret. And they said that this is somewhere that they find a sense of wonder and serenity, a sense of peace, a sense of being back to a time before lots of chaos. To a simpler time. And they explained about how they enjoy relaxing by the lake, just doing their job, gathering some samples, feeding that information back, relaxing in the cabin, just watching dinosaurs, pterodactyls, and other animals going about their lives, just as they would have done millions and millions of years earlier. And they find this is their safe place, this is their place, away from the hustle and bustle of real world. That when they go home, they have to hear cars and traffic and have lots of chaos, and yet here they can enjoy peace, serenity, and have a sense of wonder. And the girl appreciated all this. But she also realised that she was away from home. But as far as anyone thought, she was playing in the garden, and yet now she has played far out of her garden. So she left the cabin. She was told that if she kept it a secret, she could come visit again. And she left the cabin, wandered back through the valley, climbed up to that secret tunnel. She followed that secret tunnel, found her way back to the lift. and then back to the corridor, and then eventually back to her garden. And she sat down in her garden, relaxing under a tree, thinking about the experience she had just had. And while she relaxed there, thinking about the experience she'd just had, her mind drifted and dreamed and floated off as she comfortably, relaxed, fell asleep. So allow yourself to get comfortable. Take a moment to close your eyes and begin to drift comfortably asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I'll tell this story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. But as you listen along to this story, you can just begin to drift off asleep. And you can have a sense of a cat that's walking in the warmth of an Egyptian desert. It's walking on that warm sand, feeling that heat on its fur, and being aware of how comfortable it is with the warmth, walking with confidence, with grace, looking around, seeing pyramids off in the distance, seeing the Nile. And the cat decides to walk towards the Nile, and its feet sink gently into the sand with each step it takes. You can hear sounds in the background, the occasional sound of birds overhead as it walks over to the Nile. And the closer it gets to the Nile, the more it can begin to hear sounds of people milling around the river, working, fishing, talking to each other. And as it arrives at the Nile, so it has a drink of the water, dunks its head a little bit into the water, cools itself off a little bit, shakes its head, shaking some of that water off, rubs its face, and then confidently walks along a wooden path and up onto a boat. And up on the boat, it starts exploring. It sees barrels at the front. You can notice the sails currently furled up. People milling around on the boat. And it walks into a cabin near the back of the boat. And the boat begins to move away from the shore. And as the boat moves away from the shore and follows the Nile, towards the sea. So the cat decides to take a moment to curl up in a comfortable space and just rest for a moment. And as the cat begins to rest, so the boat travels down the Nile and out towards the sea. And while it's travelling along, so the sun begins to set, and the Nile begins to take on an orangey glow to the surface of the water. And dragonfly hunting above the water, darting left and right, hovering, moving around with incredible maneuverability, moving each wing independently. And birds overhead, sound of an eagle somewhere high up in the sky. A row of camels with people on them, setting off into the desert, perhaps heading off somewhere to set up camp in the desert and go on a long journey as that boat continues along the Nile. And while that boat continues and heads out to sea, so that cat drifts deeper and more relaxed asleep. And while it drifts deeper and more relaxed asleep, so it begins to imagine itself in a completely different place and time, finding itself creeping and crawling through long grass, with a gentle mist across the surface of that grass. At night time, with moon and stars in the sky, heading through long grass, and then into a forest, and entering that forest and seeing flying, glowing animals, little twinkles of green light, almost like they're turning on and off, communicating with each other. And the cat walks into this mysterious, magical forest, and is aware that its footsteps sound and feel totally different to when it walks in a desert. That it feels totally different to be in this environment at night time compared to the environment in a desert. And as it follows a mud trail deep into the forest, so it can hear the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. It can hear sounds of birds walking around on the forest floor and other animals. And the moonlight shines through the canopy, sending shards of white light dancing and sparkling in the path ahead. And beyond the sparkling light, the cat notices what at first it thinks is like a humpless camel, and as it gets closer, it notices this most beautiful, almost glowing white unicorn, and in awe the cat begins to walk towards that unicorn. And the unicorn is just tapping one of its front legs, one of its front hooves on the ground, eating some plants on the ground, having to be careful with not knocking its horn on the ground and on trees. And as the cat gets closer to the unicorn, so the unicorn leans down its front legs, lets the cat climb up onto its back, and then stands back up again. And the cat stands tall and confident, balancing on the back of the unicorn as it walks its way out of the forest, following the path towards a lake. And the unicorn and the cat almost seem to have some kind of a psychic connection, almost seem like they developed a friendship at first sight. And as the unicorn gets out into the clearing toward the lake, so it begins to sparkle and glow, and bright white light begins to emanate from its sides. And two pure white wings begin to form out of the sides of the unicorn. And these large white wings, almost like wings of a dove, and the unicorn flaps those wings, makes a neighing kind of sound, bends down slightly, and then launches itself up into the air. And the cat suddenly doesn't feel quite so confident and decides to sit itself down and hold on tight, as the unicorn seems to be galloping through the sky on a rainbow, leaving behind this rainbow of light, almost created by its galloping. And the cat can't work out whether the rainbow's being created first and the unicorn's galloping on the rainbow, or whether the unicorn's galloping is what's creating the rainbow. And the unicorn seems to be having so much fun, swooping down, speeding up, circling round. And after a while, the cat realizes that they can trust the unicorn, and they begin to relax into the experience. And they relax into the uncertainty of the experience. And once the cat relaxes into the experience, so the unicorn begins to take them on a journey of discovery. It begins to gallop up towards some white fluffy clouds in the sky that almost look like cotton in the sky. And as it arrives at those clouds, so the cat notices that high up on those clouds is some kind of a palace. Almost like there's some kind of land up here in the clouds. And the unicorn walks onto the clouds, leans down, lets the cat climb off onto the clouds, and the way the unicorn does it just gives the cat the confidence and the trust that it's not going to just fall straight through those clouds. And so the cat jumps down onto the floor, onto those clouds, and finds that it's like walking on cushions. It's so fluffy and soft, and the cat rolls on its back, stretches itself around, twists its lower body and its shoulders, pushes its face into the fluffy clouds, and then begins to almost skip its way towards the palace. And as the cat nears the palace, so it notices that there's a small lake, and there's a moat around the palace, and a bridge between the cat and the palace. And the cat walks over that bridge, and as it does, it looks down into the water, and down in the water it can see holes, almost like the water is in a sieve. And the cat wonders if this is how rain is made. And the cat heads into the palace. And inside the palace, its claws seem to tap on a marble surface and echo around the inside of this palace. And the cat climbs some steps, walks across the softest, most beautiful rug, and sees on the back wall in this palace a picture. And it's a picture of the ocean that's obviously been painted from a cliff. And the cat walks up to that picture and thinks there's something wrong with its eyes, because the picture seems to be slightly out of focus. And so the cat tries to get focus on that picture. And then the cat realizes that there's nothing wrong with their eyes. This picture's vibrating. And so the cat reaches forward with its nose to buff that painting. But as it does, its head passes straight through the painting. And so it decides to step all the way. And the cat steps through that painting, finding itself on a cliff, hearing crashing waves below, seeing a lighthouse off in the distance, along that cliff, and turning round and seeing the picture frame, and through the picture frame is the inside of the palace. And the cat walks to the edge of the cliff, looks over the edge of the cliff, down at the rocks, at the white horses, at the way the sea is crashing against the cliff and on the rocks. And down there, on those rocks, the cat sees a turtle on the shore. And so it finds its way down. Heading down a narrow path down that cliff. And the further down the cliff the cat goes, the more sea spray lands on the cat, the more the cat can smell that salty air. And the cat gets down to the turtle and walks over to that turtle. And near the turtle, a woman suddenly walks out of a cave and walks over to the turtle, pets the turtle's head as the turtle lowers its head to her. And the cat's curious about this woman, who she is, where she's from. And so the cat goes to investigate with curiosity. And the woman crouches down and reaches out. The cat climbs into her arms, never one to turn down being petted. And the woman strokes the cat, holds the cat in her arms. And the cat rolls onto its back, and she tickles and scratches its belly, and the cat purrs in her arms, and she can feel that purring reverberating through her arms, almost like it's reverberating into her soul. And she's never seen a cat before. And she finds the feeling of the animal unusual. She's never felt fur before like this. And she climbs onto the turtle. And she sits the cat on the turtle in front of her. And she holds that cat, and she closes her eyes, and the turtle pushes itself into the water and begins to dive, and the cat's unsure of the experience, and then notices that the woman with her eyes closed seems to be creating an energy between her hands that creates an air bubble around that cat, almost like the cat's in a submarine on the back of a turtle, being held in a woman's hands. And then as that turtle dives faster and faster, so the woman's legs slip from beside the turtle to stretching out behind her. And then they begin to turn into a tail, and the cat's looking back from inside its submarine, inside its air bubble on a turtle's back, at what's happening to this woman who's so calmly resting her hands around that cat, with her legs now becoming a green tail, that she begins to move up and down, swimming in time with the turtle, her hair flowing in the water, as she smiles down at the cat. And the cat thinks this is the most unusual experience, and yet exciting and an adventure. And the turtle and the woman and the cat dive all the way down to what looks like a crystal palace under the water that's almost see-through. They dive down to that palace, swim into that palace, and then in that palace, suddenly they enter a part where the water seems to drain away. The woman gets her legs back. They just seem to start appearing again. And the cat is dry and steps off that turtle's back, curious about where they are. And the woman starts talking to the cat, explaining to the cat that it needed to learn something from its adventure, from this whole journey. Something about bravery, about going with uncertainty, being comfortable with uncertainty, and trusting those around them, and that they'll need this knowledge. They just don't know when yet. And the cat's kind of listening, but busy curiously exploring this crystal palace. Then after a while, the cat sees that there's somewhere to lie down here. It lies down, closes its eyes, and begins to drift asleep. And as that cat begins to drift asleep in this palace, it starts to wake up on that boat. And the cat can hear the crew on the boat. You can feel the rocking of that boat. And is aware it's back on the boat that it started dreaming on. And the cat was curious about the fact that the dream felt so real. More real than its dreams normally feel. And more unusual than its dreams normally are. Normally, the cat thinks to itself that it drifts into a dream and dreams about chasing a mouse, and catching and playing with a mouse, and then letting it go, and then it normally wakes up. And yet, this was like no dream it had ever had before. And the cat walked out onto the deck of the boat, and could see that the boat was entering stormy waters, and that the boat was now far away from the Nile. And the cat wondered how long they'd been asleep for. And the crew were trying to keep control of the boat in the stormy waters. And the cat could see a reasonably large incandescent beetle hanging onto a rope, almost as if that beetle were worried about being thrown overboard. And the cat went over and grabbed the bit of rope and pulled the rope tight
and let the beetle crawl down the rope and crawl onto its back. And then the cat, sliding across the deck, trying to keep control of itself, found its way back into the cabin of the boat, crouched down, let that beetle go in the cabin, and hunker down safely in the cabin. And then the cat went back out onto the deck of the boat and did it in its own way some help for the crew, trying to pull on rope, trying to alert crew to things they needed to be aware of. And then the most unusual thing happened. A penguin leapt from the water, startling the crew, landing on its belly on the boat. And in the water could be seen the fins of some orca whale. And those killer whales just started circling the boat. And the penguin seemed to be scared of those killer whales. And yet the killer whales weren't actually any kind of threat to the boat or the people on the boat. They seemed to be trying to help to stabilise the boat and help to keep the boat on track through the storm. But the penguin thought it best to sit on the boat while the killer whale were around. And the crew, being from Egypt, were totally confused at this sight. And then after a while, the storm began to pass. And the night sky began to return. Stars were visible again in the sky. The water calmed. The crew seemed to relax. The killer whales broke off and headed off into the distance. The crew sat down and rested, and the cat and the penguin investigated each other before the penguin leapt back over the side. And the cat went back into that cabin and decided that it's more peaceful to be asleep. It's less hectic. And so it took a moment to drift off asleep. And the next time it awoke, the boat was back in the river, and so the cat got off the boat, found its way home, settled down in its usual bed, and drifted and relaxed asleep. So take a moment to close your eyes as you listen to me, and as you listen to me and you begin to fall asleep, I'm going to tell you a story in the background.
And so with your eyes closed as you drift comfortably asleep, you can have a sense of somebody who was going about everyday life. They'd wake up, go through their life, going to work, being polite to others, going home, watching some TV, going to bed, getting up, going to work, being polite to others, going home, watching some TV, and going to bed. And every day this was their routine. They'd wake up, go to work, go home, watch TV, go to bed. And then one day they woke up and they thought to themselves that they didn't want to keep doing this. They wished there was something more exciting in life. Because when they were thinking back over their past, only a few memories stood out. Most of the memories just blurred into one. They couldn't tell one day from the next. Just getting up, going to work, going home, watching TV, and then going to bed. So one day while they were at home, they decided to go on the internet and just randomly book a holiday. A trip anywhere at all, they didn't know where. They just wanted to book something. And they booked a holiday to an exotic location. And all of a sudden, while they were going to work, they'd be thinking about the excitement of this trip away they've got coming up in the future. While they're at work working and smiling politely, in their mind they were thinking about what this exotic location will be like. On their journey home, they're thinking about that holiday they're planning on going on and looking forward to it. And every day they crossed off a date on the diary as they got closer and closer to their trip. And then the holiday came around, they travelled to that exotic location. Plane landed, and they went to the hotel, and they left their stuff in the hotel. They decided to go out exploring. And so they went out exploring. They wandered out into a beautiful rainforest. The sounds of the birds, rustling of the leaves, sounds of monkeys in the distance, and all the other sounds. And they could feel how warm it was in the rainforest. But their attention was just so focused on the excitement and the exploration. They could hear water in the distance. And so they pushed through the rainforest. And the sound of the water got louder and louder. They continued pushing through the rainforest, excited, wondering what they would find. And the sound of the water got louder and louder. Until eventually they found a clearing. Suddenly, there was the light from the sun beating down on them and glistening on water in a giant lake, surrounded by huge waterfalls. And they could see those huge waterfalls and the spray and the mist coming up at the bottom of the waterfalls. And rainbows dancing in the water as it spray up above the lake. And they saw what looked like a small wooden boat down on the lake. They walked down to that boat, climbed into the boat, picked up the oars, pushed off the side, and gently paddled out into the lake. And they could feel the force of the water against the oars as they paddled. And they paddled out towards the centre of the lake. And the lake was calm. With just those waterfalls around the outside. But the water seemed to quickly calm. As it moved away from the waterfalls. And the lake appeared to be very deep. And the person just pulled the oars into the boat. They put their backpack down to use as a pillow. And they lied back in that boat and just closed their eyes and relaxed, listening to the waterfalls in the background, smelling the fresh water air, feeling just the most subtle rocking of the boat on the lake, and feeling the warmth of the sun beating down on them. And they just closed their eyes, took some deep breaths and relaxed, and just allowed themselves to become absorbed in the moment. And as they relaxed, became absorbed in the moment, the sun continued its journey across the sky. Gradually lowering in the sky, and the sounds in the forest began to change from daytime sounds to nighttime sounds. And as the sun set, so the person opened their eyes and gazed up into the sky. And as they gazed up into the sky, They could see a blanket of stars twinkling in different colours in the sky, different clouds. And they could see the Milky Way stretching across the sky. And they recognized one point of light in the sky as being Mars. And as they gazed at that point of light, as they gazed up at Mars, so their eyes began to close again. And as their eyes began to close, they discovered their eyes opening on the red planet. And oddly, they didn't have any space gear on. And they were able to breathe perfectly fine, as if they were just on Earth, but they knew they were on the red planet. And they discovered themselves at the foot of a mountain range on Mars. And they thought, wouldn't it be exciting to climb a mountain range on Mars? So they climbed up the mountain. They trekked up the mountain. And as they approached the top of the mountain, they noticed how vibrant the red was. They began to get a new perspective on this world. And they sat down and they enjoyed the view, knowing they were the first person ever to set foot here. And as the small sun set on Mars, so they could see two small moons in the sky, and all the stars in the sky. And they could see off in the distance a pale blue dot they knew was Earth. And they enjoyed the awe, the wonder of gazing at that pale blue dot, seeing that all life on Earth, all known life in the universe, is on that pale blue dot. And suddenly they had a sense that life seems so fragile when it's all contained in that one location, in such a small location from this distance. And they felt a sense of love and compassion for all that life. And a sense of the importance for looking after that pale blue dot. as the sun rose on another Martian day, so with these new learnings they climbed down the mountain. And as they reached the base of the mountain, so they found their eyes opening in a boat floating on a lake, listening to that water, feeling the warmth of the morning sun. And they got the oars and they rowed back to shore. And they continued exploring for a while in the rainforest. And that evening they decided to pitch up a tent to camp in the rainforest. And it was a tent that you pitched up between the trees that would tie to the trees and be held a few feet off the ground. And then you'd climb up into the tent and you'd be a few feet off the ground. And you'd feel like you were floating. And as they relax in the tent, feeling comfortable and calm, so they would notice how the tent sways gently between the trees, almost like being rocked gently asleep. And they did rock gently asleep in the tent. And after a week or so of enjoying an exotic holiday, seeing colourful birds, seeing different apes, and other animals, taking plenty of photographs, and writing down thoughts that came to mind. They travelled back home, and they appreciated their own bed more than they had appreciated it in a long time. And they knew they had to do this more often. As they relaxed down in their bed and drifted comfortably and deeply asleep. So as you listen to me, just allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, the words I use, or perhaps the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story. And this person finds herself walking through a strange land. And she gazes out over that land as she's walking along, and she can see floating land in the sky. She can see trees on that floating land, mountains on the floating land. She can see some of the floating land has waterfalls falling from that land down to the land below. She can notice that that floating land appears to be tethered to other floating lands, almost like a matrix of floating lands in the sky, with huge tethers between each bit of land. And then there are points where there are tethers down to the ground. And the tethers don't appear to be man-made. They appear to somehow be just part of the environment. And she'd heard that in this land there was special magnetic rock, and that there were areas where the magnetic rock would repel itself from the opposing magnetic force of other rock. And so these floating areas were floating on a cushion of magnetism. And she gazed out as far as the eye could see. She could see the gaps in the ground where those areas had floated up into the sky. And she didn't know the cause of this land in this way. And she could see lakes and the way the sun glistened on the surface of the lakes. She could see vast forests of tall trees with the occasional even taller tree poking out the top. Some areas where there was mist across the top of the forest. She could notice the colour of the sky, clouds, birds flying high. And she gazed out across this land. And she'd never been here before. And she was on a journey. She had to find somebody. She didn't know what that person would be like, but she knew she would know when she had found them. So she walked down the hillside, walked down into the forest, and started pushing through the forest. She could hear the sounds in the forest, different animals, sounds of birds, sounds of each footstep she took as she pushed on through the forest. And while she pushed through the forest, she wondered who this person would be. She was just told to head west. She wasn't told how far or when she would meet that person. She just knew that she would recognize them and know that she's found them. She was told that they would happily talk to her and be very charming. And she had something important she needed to learn from them. So she continued to push her way through the forest. And as she pushed through the forest, she wondered about how she was making sure she could stay heading west. She found that so much easier when she was out in a clearing where she could see the sky and be aware of her surroundings. And after some time, she managed to clear the forest and reach a lake. And she created herself a raft. And then started paddling across the lake on that raft. She could hear the sound of the oar in the water as she pushed forward. The sound of the raft moving through the water. She could smell the fresh water air and notice the subtle mist that hovered just above the water's surface. And so she rowed across that lake. And at the far side of the lake, she dragged her makeshift craft up onto the shore. Covered it over with some giant leaves in case she needed it and didn't want anyone to take it, and then carried on her journey west. And she came to a mountain and started climbing that mountain. And as she climbed, so trees thinned out, until eventually she was above the trees. And she continued climbing, and then she reached some snowy area. And she continued climbing higher and higher. And she climbed up and over the mountain range. And as she was on the other side of the mountain range, so she saw a dragon in the distance, circling round above some forest. And looking around, she saw a bird of prey in another direction. Flocks of birds flying in formations. Sometimes birds launching themselves from the forest before landing elsewhere. She was aware of how much life was going on here, just going about its everyday business, while she was on this quest to find this wise person. She started down the mountain and found it much easier going down the mountain than going up. And as she was going down the mountain, she noticed that there was running water down this side, flowing from the mountain. And she started following that newly forming river, which gradually turned into more of a torrent of water and waterfalls. And then at the foot of the mountain, as the ground started levelling out, so the water started slowing and the river started widening. And she felt it would be easier to follow the side of the river than to have to keep pushing forward through the jungle. So she followed this river. And after some time following this river, she saw an ornate bridge, and either side of that bridge was a road. And this road looked like it had been well kept, and so it must be an important road leading somewhere. So she went to that bridge. And she saw that there was a man with a cane sitting on the bridge, just using the cane to prop himself up. And she greeted herself to him, and he greeted her back. And then he started talking to her, and he was charming and pleasant conversation. And she wondered if this was the wise man. She said that she was on a mission. She had to find something of importance, but she didn't know what. But she was told that the wise man would know, and to just head west until you find him. And he said he'd been sat here waiting to be found. And she asked, "What do you mean you've been sat here waiting to be found? Are you lost?" And he said that he's in exactly the right place for this moment. And she asked him, "How can you be wanting to be found or needing to be found if you're not lost? Why don't you just go somewhere?" And he said he is somewhere. He said, in fact, he's in the middle of somewhere. And he'd rather be somewhere than nowhere. And she asked him, "But if you are somewhere and you're waiting to be found, how did you know to wait to be found? How did you know someone was looking for you?" And he said, "Somebody is always looking, and nobody finds anyone. The only person that can find anyone is somebody who's searching." And she found that his conversation was going through her head in some way. She didn't fully understand it at the moment, but it was so unusual. She assumed this must be the wise man. He then said to her, "Time stands still for no man." And she thought that was an unusual thing to say. Of course time doesn't stand still. He told her she's looking for time. And when she's found the time, she will have found what she's really searching for. And she didn't really understand, and she asked, how do I find the time? I don't have much time for this. I'm looking for something and I don't even know what. And he explained that you do know what, because I've told you. You just have to take the time. And you need to discover it for yourself. And he explained that all roads come to an end, and so she has to decide which road she wants to follow to that end. And she asked, but one road is probably the wrong road, and the other road is probably right. How do I know which road to choose? And he said, you're right. One road is probably the wrong road, and the road that's left is right. And she thought to herself how this doesn't help at all. She's no clearer as to what road to follow. And he told her, you have all the answers. You just need to trust yourself and know that you know all the answers, even if you don't know you know them. And she thought to herself, this man is no help. She thought to herself that she's just going to wander down one of the roads, and when she meets someone else, she'll ask them. Maybe they can speak more sense. Maybe this isn't the wise person really. So she got up and left. And as she followed the left road, she started thinking about the interaction, started trying to process what he might have meant. And the road followed around, along near the river. And as she followed that road, she allowed herself to get lost in thought. She found trains of thought stretching from one thing to another as she continued to walk, as she tried to process and make sense of what the man had said. And as she followed that road, she could see across the river to the other road. And she could see that both roads looked like they were going the same way, just both on different sides. And after many hours of walking, it was starting to get dark. She'd crossed mountains, she'd walked miles. She felt she needs a sleep. So she set up camp, lit a fire, had something to eat, took some time to meditate, to drift off in her mind, in her thoughts, to process her experiences, while she gazed at the flickering flames of the fire, aware of the flames dancing around, creating dancing light and shadows in the night, the sound of the water in the background, the sight of stars in the sky. the sound of rustling leaves as the wind blew a breeze, as she then settled down and drifted comfortably asleep. And as she drifted comfortably asleep, so she started to dream. And while she dreamt, she replayed what that man had said. Only the man didn't look like the man in her dream, and he didn't quite say what he said, but she knew this was a representation of that for her to learn from. And she imagined herself picking up a mirror, a handheld mirror, and holding it out in front of her, and looking at herself in that mirror, and then suddenly being propelled faster and faster through space, getting faster and faster and faster, and noticing everything around her slowing down to the point where everything around her almost grinds to a halt, where it's going so slow it's almost imperceptible. And she looks to the left and she looks to the right and she looks up and looks down. She looks around her and notices how everything is almost ground to a halt. And she looks forward again and notices that she can see her head turning in the mirror. And everything in the mirror is happening in real time. And yet everything around her has slowed right down. And she knows somehow this is all connected, and yet she doesn't know how. And she has this feeling like the sun's rising, feeling of warmth on her face, and she gradually opens her eyes, holding on to this dream. And while she holds on to the dream, she continues her journey. And as she continues her journey, she notices that the road on the other side of the river suddenly comes to an abrupt halt as it drops steeply into a gap left by one of the floating islands in the sky. And yet the road she's on just misses the edge of that gap. She notices how that river abruptly becomes a waterfall, pouring down into that gap. And she looks up at that floating island. She looks down into the gap. She looks over at that other road and realizes if she'd been following that road, it would have been a road to nowhere. That she'd have to turn around and walk back again. And if she'd just followed the river, she'd have to have tried to steer to the shore before the river turned into that waterfall. And she continued walking along the road, looking down into the gap, looking up at the island, walking around that gap until she'd passed the gap and carried on walking. And she realized that perhaps that wise man was actually wise in the first place, because what he had said was correct. He had said the path that's left is right. And she got up and left, following the left path. And she did it without any thought at all. She just decided to get up and decided to just walk along that path. She didn't realise that she'd just done as he had said. It just happened instinctively and automatically. And after some time further of walking along this path, she saw a palace that no one lived in any longer, and yet it looked like everyone had left just a day ago. Despite no one living here for hundreds of years. And she walked into the palace grounds, walked through those palace grounds, past perfectly kept grounds of plants, flowers, shrubs. And as she entered the palace, so she could hear a ticking clock. And she walked instinctively towards the sound of that ticking clock. Somehow she felt that was what she was after, that she needed to find that ticking clock. And she came to a vast room in the middle of this palace, with the ceilings so high she could barely see the top. And in the middle was a circular table, and on that table was an ornate, beautiful clock. She went over to that clock, reached out and touched that clock, and as she did, the ticking stopped. And as the ticking stopped, so she suddenly realised, time may not stand still for any man, but it has stood still for her. And then she touches the hands, and she slowly with her finger winds those hands back. And she doesn't know quite why she feels like this is the thing to do, but she winds those hands back. And as she does, she notices life coming back to the castle, to this palace. She notices people appearing almost out of thin air. And then she reaches a point where as she's winding, she hears this slight click with the clock, and she feels like that's the place she's supposed to stop winding. So she stops winding, moves her finger, hears the clock chime, and as the clock chimes, so all these people start milling around and moving as if life has returned to this palace. And someone suddenly startled to see this woman they didn't see a moment earlier stood at the clock. And she knew with this that she'd undone a curse that was brought upon her own land that she'd travelled from. That was somehow connected through time and space with this palace and this clock. That in her own land, somehow time ground to a halt, everyone started disappearing, as if they no longer existed. And she got out of the land, but was aware that this problem was following her not far behind, at the rate of 1 tick per tock. And she couldn't really explain that, but she knew she was keeping ahead, and had a sense that somehow there was a connection between these things. And she walked through all the people in the palace and went on her journey, able to enjoy this land more on her journey home, knowing that she had changed her land and helped save the people in her land just as much as she had just helped to save the people in that palace. And when she eventually reached back to her land, she was gratefully received. She saw her loved ones, saw how happy she'd made everyone. And people had a vague sense that something had happened, and that now they were back. And she looked forward to just going home after a long journey, relaxing down and falling asleep. So as you listen to me and you comfortably begin to fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting comfortably asleep to the sounds of my words, to the spaces between my words, or just listening along to my voice in the background as you fall asleep. And while you fall asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story about a man who enjoyed going out to sea. Every year he would go on a trip on a boat. His favourite thing was to swim with humpback whales. And so every year he'd go out on a boat. He'd go out to sea on that boat. And he'd sit on that boat in diving gear and wait. And he'd wait patiently and quietly, listening to the water lapping on the side of the boat, feeling the gentle rocking of the boat as he just gazes out over the water, feeling the sea breeze on his skin, noticing what the sky looks like, gazing out towards the horizon, scanning around the horizon, scanning the water for signs of the humpback whales arriving. And every year those humpback whales seem to arrive in this location. And so he just sits calmly and patiently and waits. And not only does he like diving with the humpback whales, but he finds the entire experience calming and relaxing, just having patience. Nothing to think about or worry about. Just waiting and relaxing. And then after some time, as the sun passes across the sky, he sees a little cloud appear from the ocean, and then the dark back of a humpback whale slide just above the surface of the water and back under again. So he gets in the boat to drive it closer, moves the closer towards the whales, and the closer he gets, the more he sees of what's there. He notices there's an adult humpback whale and a juvenile humpback whale. And he sees how calmly they're just swimming through the water. He drops the anchor and he drops into the water. And he can feel that water filling his wetsuit. As he dives down under the water in his scuba gear and can see the size of those whales, seeing their slow, graceful movements, hearing the whale call, and just watching as those whales gracefully swim past, and watching how the whale's eyes appear to be so inquisitive, such curiosity. And how the juvenile whale wants to come over to him and explore him. And the adult whale just keeps that juvenile at a bit of distance. While assessing the diver. And only after some assessing does the adult allow the juvenile and themselves to move closer. And they swim close enough for the diver to reach out with their hand. And while their hand is outstretched, the juvenile swims in and rubs itself against his hand. And like all his past experiences, he feels this experience as an incredible experience, a moving experience, showing such intelligence in these whales, such love from the whales. And he turns himself around weightlessly in the water to keep tracking those whales as they swim comfortably around him. And he enjoys this time in the water, where being in the water weightless with these whales, time seems to stand still. And after a while, the whales take a deep breath and dive, and he watches as they swim deeper and deeper and disappear out of sight. He then goes back to the boat, gets back on the boat, and drives the boat back to shore, loving the experience he's just had. And back on the shore, he goes back to the caravan that he's staying in. He always drives down here in a VW camper van. So he goes back to the camper van he's staying in. Sits down and keeps a journal of his experiences. Not just a journal of the acts that he did and the behaviours, but a journal of his feelings, of how the experience made him feel and what that means to him. And then after writing his journal, he sets up a camp just outside. Just somewhere he can have something to eat on the seashore, a little campfire. And he enjoys the evening setting in, hearing the waves lashing on the shore, on the sand, birds off in the distance. Just sitting there, enjoying the evening, seeing the last of the sun's rays disappear, and the stars in the sky. Then as the evening draws on, he puts out the campfire, goes back into his camper van, and settles down for the night to sleep. And as he drifts comfortably asleep, so he begins to dream. And while he begins to dream, he begins to have a dream of himself sitting on a rose, sliding down a rose petal towards the centre of the rose, and feeling the waxy feel of the petal under his hands as he slides, and finding this feeling comfortable and safe and secure. The beautiful scent, the soft feeling of the waxy petal, and he knows this dream has something to do with his daily experience, and he goes with the dream. And then he pops through the centre of the rose and finds himself sat at a desk in a chateau surrounded by woodland and mountains, and finds that his hand is automatically writing as he gazes down at it, and sees himself writing something unusual, sees that he's writing some kind of a story. And he has this sense that he's writing a novel, and he's at a point where he gets drawn into that novel, into a scene where somebody's on a motorbike going off-road, going around the outside of a mountain, following a mountain pass, following a dirt track, riding that motorbike higher and higher up into the mountains. And he continues with this scene, and there's a few areas where the motorbike skids and then catches the ground again and speeds off even faster and jumps at some areas, and is under full control of the cyclist. And that motorbike travels all the way to the top of the mountain. And the person on the motorbike is like a treasure hunter. And they're hunting for a treasure somewhere here on the mountain. He continues to write. And as he continues to write, so he continues to be absorbed and drawn into this story. Drawn into this story as this character discovers a temple high up here in this mountain. And he picks a lock on a door to get into the temple, walks into the temple, and goes from the windy mountain's edge to silence in the temple, and lights a torch and begins to explore in the temple with the torch. And while he's exploring in the temple with the torch, so he can hear his footsteps echoing, and he searches down one corridor, and he lights some torches on the walls as he goes, then searches down another corridor, and then another. Noticing the way that his shadow flickers on the walls, and the light flickers on the walls, searching corridor after corridor, until eventually he comes to a dead end, and at that dead end he sees what looks like a trapdoor on the ground. He prizes open the trapdoor, climbs down a ladder, going deeper and deeper under the temple. And as he climbs deeper and deeper under the temple, so he realizes he's climbing down deeper and deeper into the mountain, until eventually he comes out in a cave. And it appears to be a natural cave, it's not a man-made cave. And that maybe the temple was built over the cave on purpose. And he continues to explore this cave. And then while he's exploring the cave, he starts to hear dripping water. Then gradually he starts to hear the distant sound of a waterfall. And he continues exploring the cave. And while he's exploring the cave, he's looking for some sign of a huge lost diamond, a legendary diamond. and everything led him to this place. And so he continues exploring, and while exploring, he finds a tunnel from the cave that looks man-made. So he follows that tunnel, goes deeper and deeper, until it comes out in a room. And at the far side of that room is a huge locked door. And he picks that lock, enters the room, and in the middle of the room is a pedestal with a huge diamond sitting on it, lit up by natural light that seems to be channeled to the centre of the room through ice from the outside. And he goes over to the diamond, and his plan is to take the diamond and then sell it, make some money. But as he reaches the diamond, he sees a book. And so he picks up the book, starts reading. And as he starts reading, so he learns that this diamond is placed here to bring peace to the land. And that there's darkness that will be unleashed if this diamond gets removed. And that anyone who discovers this diamond has to look inside themselves and decide what's more important: peace across the land, keeping the darkness at bay, or having the diamond and money. And he thinks about it. He doesn't know what this darkness is. He can't imagine a real darkness. That would just be the thing of legends, myths. So it must be a legend or a myth. It can't be real. And the book ends by saying that he's to put his hands on either side of the pedestal where there's two symbols, and to close his eyes. And that'll teach him that everything in this book is true. And he thinks to himself that it all sounds ridiculous. But it takes no effort to put your hands on the side of something and close your eyes for a moment to prove that it's ridiculous. So he puts his hands on the symbols either side of the pedestal. He closes his eyes, and initially he doesn't feel anything. And then he starts feeling a tingling at his hands that starts in his fingers or perhaps his palm, but eventually starts moving up to his wrists, his arms, to his shoulders, into his body. And a warmth, a comfort. Then he has a sense of a light, a purple light, as if it's given off by the diamond in front of him. He can see it with his eyes closed. He can sense that purple light shining on his face, passing into his head, through his body, absorbing into him this purple light, passing through him and filling him up with this purple light. And he starts to have a feeling of serenity, of peace, of love, of wonder and curiosity, a sense of a connection with the world around him, a sense of what's important. And he finds it a powerful, emotive experience. And then he removes his hands from the pedestal, and in a moment, the experience passes and he opens his eyes, and he's just there in front of that pedestal with that diamond. And he realizes that diamond needs to stay where it is. It needs to be protected. And he leaves and seals the entrance to that room. And he leaves and seals every entrance behind him. And leaves that mountaintop temple, seals the door, and motorbikes back down the mountain with that serene feeling, that learning, that knowledge he gained that will stay with him forever. And the writer had this feeling that the story was coming close to an end, as the man found himself with the petals falling down around him, gently floating down to the ground, while he was sat in the middle of these giant rose petals, just falling around him comfortably, calmly. As he drifted from this dream into a deeper, more comfortable, healing, relaxing sleep. So as you rest there and begin to comfortably fall asleep, you can hear my voice in the background. And as you hear my voice in the background, so you can begin to drift asleep. And I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, with the words that I use, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep with your eyes closed, I'm just going to tell you a story about a girl in a meadow. And this girl grew up in the countryside, and she loved it in the countryside. Every single day, she'd wander out into the countryside. She couldn't bear to just stay indoors. She'd wake up in the morning, and she'd look forward to going outside, whatever the weather. She'd look forward to going outside, being part of nature, enjoying walking around outside, making the most of her day. And on this day, she's gone outside, and she wanders along out of her property. She wanders round and finds her way to a chalk bridleway. And there's patches of green grass down the middle of the bridleway that's been used for hundreds and hundreds of years, and so it's worn down. And the chalk is clearly visible down both sides, chalk and flint and some other stones here and there and some mud. And it's a nice dry and warm day. And she walks along this bridleway, gazing out at the fields on either side, looking up and noticing the blue sky, noticing wispy clouds in the sky. She pays attention to notice how fast the clouds are moving and what direction, and tries to work out whether it looks like the clouds are moving in the same direction as the breeze that she can feel, or whether maybe the clouds are moving in a different direction, and perhaps the wind up there is heading in a different direction to the wind down here. And little things like that she found curious. And she looked out to the left and right over the different fields, and she could see that in the fields were different crops, and one field was the most beautiful, brilliant yellow and smelt gorgeous. And another field was green. And another field was purple and full of lavender. And she could see the different butterflies, different bees, different creatures enjoying the different environments, the different fields. And she was walking past these fields to go to some hills that are in the distance. And the hills didn't have use like the fields did. Sheep grazed on the hills that kept the grass short, but she wanted to go and sit on that grass on the hill, looking over the countryside. So she walked all the way to those hills. And as she walked towards the hills, so she found a little village area that she walked through. And while walking through the village, with cobbled roads, most beautiful houses, and the most colourful flowers, she felt herself drawn in to the smell from a rose bush. And she stopped and lingered near that rose bush, taking in the smell of the roses, enjoying that smell, watching the bees landing on the roses, getting on with their day, noticing the way the roses in the bush moved and swayed in the breeze, just enjoying that. And the interesting thing about these roses is the way they didn't have thorns. And so she picked one of the roses to take with her. And as she carried on walking, she would put that rose under her nose and have a sniff every now and then be gazing up with delight and a smile on her face, a feeling of happiness, while she walked through this beautiful village, heading towards those hills. And she saw different flowers, and she'd stop and smell them. And then as she would mindlessly, while gazing around, walk through this village, she'd find herself from time to time touching the petals of the rose in her hands, just noticing the smooth, silky, slightly waxy feeling of the petals, enjoying that feeling of the petals while walking along, aware of the warmth of the sun on her skin and on her face, the way it was warming her cheeks and the breeze in her hair. And as she passed out the other side of the village, continuing her journey, she noticed a cat that joined her. A little black and white cat. She could hear it meowing as she approached. And she didn't approach it. It approached her, which is the way it should be. It jumped down off a wall and it ran over to her legs and weaved itself between her legs, around one foot, around the back of the other, back around in a figure of 8 around her feet, rubbing its body on her legs. And she carried on walking, and it then started walking beside her, following along, wanting to walk with her, and she was nearing that meadow, nearing that hill. And it wanted to walk along with her. And so she just let it walk with her for a while. She knew that it knew its territory. It knew where it was and where it was willing to go. She wasn't taking it anywhere. It was deciding what it wanted to do. And she knew where it had found her. So she knew it can follow her back to there afterwards. And as she reached the meadow and climbed up the hill, she settled down on the grass. She could feel the cool grass underneath her. She enjoyed the feeling with her fingertips and her palm of her hands of the grass beside her. She relaxed back, and the cat climbed onto her lap, curled up and rested and started purring. And so she gently started stroking that cat with one hand, while with her other hand she started reading a book, holding and reading a book. She liked to let her mind drift off. She liked to be lost in a book. And so she sat there on that hillside, taking some time to feel nature, feel being part of nature while reading a book and stroking that cat. And then after a while of reading, she lay down on her side, with the cat laying down beside her, and she just stroked the cat gently, the cat purring, just listening to the surroundings, listening to birds in the distance, listening to sheep baaing, listening to other sounds around while resting there. The sound of the breeze, sound of rustling leaves of trees, enjoying the warmth of the sun, the comfort of the warmth of the sun. The breeze in her hair, and she just rested there. And she found her mind drifting and wandering so comfortably and calmly. And felt so peaceful. And after some time she decided it was time to go on a wander. So she wandered back towards the village to guide that cat back to the village. And after guiding the cat back to the village, she decided to take a different route. She turned down a different path, wandering down to the river. And as she wandered down to the river, she could gradually hear that river getting louder and louder as she got closer and closer. She knew it was quite a rough river. There was a lot of spray down by the river, and she quite liked being down there, especially on warm, sunny days, with the feeling of the spray. So she walked down by the river, and she could see how rough that river was, and although it was rough, it was quite shallow and generally quite safe. It was just its layout that made it appear quite rough and sound rougher than it probably really was. And she sat on a rock beside the water and took her shoes off and put her feet into the water and just enjoy that feeling of the water rushing through the feet and the sound of that water and smelling the fresh water and noticing how that water is so cool compared to the warm sun, and the kind of tickling feeling of the running water. And she sat there for a while on that rock, enjoying that flowing, running, rough water. And then after a while, she walked through the water to get to the other side of the river and could feel that rough water rising up above her ankles, tickling just above her ankles as it bubbled around her feet. Then she got to the other side and walked barefoot into the grass, feeling the way the grass felt compared to the water and the rocky bed under the water. And she decided to sit down on the grass, let her feet dry in the sun. And just enjoy this day out. And so she sat there, drifting off in a daydream, having her own little reveries, allowing herself to become lost in thought. Thinking pleasant thoughts and dreams, and aware of how much she just enjoys the simple life, that these things are the most precious things in life, being out in nature, being one with the world around you, getting on with nature and the world around you. She thought to herself how it's not all about possessions. A good book is all you need. A good book and natural outdoors. And after a while, she decided it would be good to start heading home. Make sure she'll be home in time for tea. In time for something to eat before bed. So she walked to a path, put on her shoes, and took a different route back, walking along this path that had the same chalky effect from all these chalk hills around the area, walking into some woodland, enjoying her time through that woodland, noticing deer in the woods, hearing birds, noticing woodpeckers, seeing butterfly, working her way through the woods. Then after coming out the woods, she goes over a bridge that takes her over the river. The most beautiful stone bridge you could imagine. And she follows that path round, which takes her to in front of that village, and continues the path. And follows it all the way back towards her home. She walks past those fields, decides to slow down to pick some of the lavender, and carries on walking, enjoys the smell of the lavender, enjoys the smells from the other fields, gazes off and notices a bird circling overhead so gracefully. And wanders all the way back home. And on arriving at home, she takes her shoes off, settles down and has something to eat. Then after a while, she decides it's time to go to bed. So she goes to bed, lies down, and as she drifts comfortably asleep, she allows her mind to wander to her journey from the day. And in her mind's eye, she follows that journey. She follows the journey along the side of the fields. She follows the journey round to that village. She thinks about that rose, what it smelt like, what it felt like. She follows the journey round to finding that cat and making friends with that cat. And as she's falling asleep, she feels a little smile come to her face. She finds that when she falls asleep, she doesn't try to fall asleep. She just thinks about things that make her feel good, things that make her lost in thought, things that she'd love to think about as she drifts off asleep. And she thinks about those things and naturally, comfortably falls asleep. And she has a sense of that little cat, what it was like to stroke the cat, chill out with the cat while reading a book. To be listening to sheep and other animals, to be enjoying some time up on that hillside. She recalls what it was like to be dangling her feet in the water and listening to that rough water bubbling away. And she recalls her walk back, the deer she saw in the woods, and as she drifts comfortably asleep, she rolls over slightly and notices the smell of lavender still on her fingers, and recalls picking the lavender from the fields on the way home just before she saw that bird in the sky. And she starts to wonder what she's going to do tomorrow, what kind of experiences she'll have tomorrow. As she drifted comfortably and fell asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And this is a sleep story about a woman who is walking through some sand dunes along the edge of the coast. And among the sand dunes there are dry, coarse grasses. And as she walks along, so she can see the way the dry sand is catching the breeze, creating occasional dust clouds of sand. And she continues to walk through these dunes with that distant sound of the sea alongside her, the blue sky overhead. And as she walks along, so she can hear the singing of a robin and sees a robin land on a fence which runs around the outside of the sand dunes, fencing off some sand dunes which are currently being protected and given the opportunity to grow and rewild. And she stops for a while as she approaches that robin to listen and watch the robin singing on that post. Its mouth moving with its song, its throat moving as it sings. And after a little while of singing, that robin flies on to the next post, continues singing on that post. Its beautiful red breast catching the sunlight, seeming to almost glow in the sun. She continues to walk through these dunes. As she walks through the dunes, so she sees a small hut. Then she approaches that hut, and she can see a small chair outside the hut and a man sat in that chair. And as she walks past, she smiles and greets the man in a friendly manner. And the man just seems to glare at her. And she thinks to herself how grumpy this man seems. And walking past a little way, she stops. She looks out to sea. She sits down on the dunes, gazing out to sea, just a little way down from that hut. And occasionally she turns to face the man in that hut, saying things like, "It's beautiful weather today. Doesn't the sea look nice? The way the sun's glistening on the surface as the waves gently roll towards the shore." The man just seems to grunt and not seem to want to engage in conversation. And after a little while, she stands up and goes to walk away. And the man calls to her and says, "I've got something that you can have. Perhaps you'll find it interesting. You seem like you're an inquisitive person." He reaches down beside him, fiddles around in what looks like a toolbox of knickknacks next to him. and pulls out an old pocket watch, and then reaches over in the woman's direction, and she heads over to the man, takes the watch, pops the cover open on that pocket watch, sees that it's currently not running, that those hands are just stuck in time. The man says, "Find somewhere to sit, somewhere you won't be disturbed, somewhere that you can pay that pocket watch all of your attention, and then explore that watch. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised." And the woman thanks the man, closes the watch front, and sets off, continuing on her journey. And that man continues to just gaze out to sea from his hut. And after some time of walking, the woman arrives at a river heading inland from the beach. She walks down the side of that river, following the riverbank, watching the way the reeds in the river sway and move as the waves lap onto the shore, while that water pushes down the river. And this is a tidal river. And she walks along, following that riverbank to a stone bridge. And as she walks away from the coast, so she leaves the sound of the sea behind her. You just hear the gentle lapping of the river. She arrives at that stone bridge, crosses the bridge, continues her journey, following a road the other side of the bridge, heading along through meadows with hedgerows either side of the road, walking along with almost an amble to be able to relax and enjoy the environment while walking, the warmth of the sun overhead, watching the shadows pass across the land as clouds travel through the sky, before heading into some woodland, walking through that woodland, out the other side of the woodland, into a meadow that's just open and sprawling, standing for a moment to take in the view, to breathe in the fresh air, seeing the sheep on hills in the distance, a field of cows, a couple of horses in another distant field, grazing and relaxing, the rabbits in the meadow, the bees and butterflies travelling from plant to plant. She continues to walk, and after some time of walking, she decides that this location is a quiet location to take that pocket watch and have a good look at it. She sits up on a hillside in this meadow. She looks around her. She can feel the warmth of the sun on her face, the occasional tickle of cool breeze on her cheeks. And she takes that watch out of her pocket, pops the front open, listens closely to the watch, and just hears silence. And then decides to wind that watch up to see if it starts, or perhaps if it's broken. So she winds the watch up. She sets the time to the current time. She can hear the mechanism working inside the watch. And the watch begins to tick. And as that watch ticks, she can see that at the top of the watch face looks like a small window, and in that small window are phases of the moon and the sun, and it seems to move across that window, perhaps showing what the moon is like at that point in time. And so she works at trying to set that. She tries to remember what the moon looked like last night. And tries to set that watch so that the moon as it looked last night is over to the right-hand side, with the sun being in the middle now, and the moon as she imagines it'll be tonight being on the left-hand side of the sun. And she imagines that if she gets this right and keeps it wound up, then that sun should circle around and move. And at night time, it should be the moon rising across that window and setting across that window as she will see it, before the sun rising across the window and setting across the window tomorrow. And she sees that there's a date, just a simple number, 2-digit number, no monthly number. And so she sets that date to today's date. And she examines that watch to try and see if there's any clues as to how old this watch is. And while she's looking around this watch, examining its bottom, its sides, its top, its back, its front, she finds that on the inside of the lid of that front cover of the watch is a small little button. And at first she thinks that maybe the button is perhaps something to do with the spring that makes it so that when you push the button that opens the cover, it pings that cover open, because the button is off to the left side and would probably be pressed when the watch is closed. But then she realizes that if you press that button in, it seems to slide up and down when the button's out, it doesn't slide up and down. She presses that button in and slides it up and moves her finger, and it pops back out again. It looks about the same as it did before, except now the button is slightly higher. And she still can't figure out what the button is for. And she closes that watch face to see what the working watch looks like through that watch face. And the watch face has an ornate pattern on it, with some gaps at the top that reveal the sun and moon passing across the sky in that window, and some gaps that allow you to just see enough of the hands of the watch to be able to see what time it is, even with the cover closed. And as she closes the cover and it clicks into place, the strangest thing happens, that out of the top of the watch, a blue beam appears just a little way forward in front of her. And the blue beam opens up quickly to a wide beam and then begins to rotate, spinning faster and faster. And as it spins faster and faster, so it begins to whir. And while it begins to whir, she realizes that it seems to be somehow changing the view in front of her. And within a few seconds, she notices that that blue light has spread to the outside of the spinning. And in the center, she can see through to some different land, to a different location. It's almost as if this watch has opened up a portal in front of her. And as she's looking at this, her hand is moving around slightly, just from natural moving while holding the watch. And as her hand is moving around naturally, that portal seems stable, as if once it started forming, it took on a life of its own, and it's still connected, almost like by a light thread, to the watch. But it's in front of her in a stable location. A little bit like the way that once a gyroscope is spinning, it can maintain its position even if what it's on changes position. It can maintain that orientation. And holding the watch, she decides to step through that portal. And so she steps through the portal, and in an instant she finds herself teleported to another land. She realizes that she's walking through a very hot environment, almost like she's walking through an African savanna. Only she knows that this isn't Earth. She can tell by the fact that when she looks up towards the sky, filling almost half the sky, is what looks like a planet, a bit like Jupiter. Looks like a gas giant hovering in the sky. She can also see what looks like other moons in the sky, only she assumes that they're probably moons circling that gas giant. And she has this sense like she's probably on a moon, circling this gas giant, rather than on a planet. And one of the first things she notices, other than that giant planet hovering in the air, is that there's a certain glow to the sky. And she's looking through this glow when she's looking up towards that gas giant. And that is distorting the image, tinging the image with some colour. And she realizes there seems to be a very vivid and vast and powerful aurora here. And she knows that on Earth, auroras are mainly just confined to the poles and rarely seen that far towards the equator. And she knows that on Earth the poles are cool, and she assumes that here maybe it's similar. That maybe here the poles would be cool, and yet she's in a warm location and can see this vivid aurora. And she knows on Earth, the only times you see an aurora closer to the equator is when more charged particles are striking the Earth and affecting and interacting with the Earth's magnetic field. And she wonders whether this gas giant has a really powerful magnetic field. Maybe particles from the gas giant travel from the gas giant along its magnetic field and are striking the magnetic field of this moon and creating this vivid aurora. And she begins to explore this strange new world. And as she walks, she finds there's a bit more of a bounce or a spring to her step. That the gravity is definitely lower here than on Earth. She can see that the grasses here are taller than on Earth. And as she approaches the trees as she would see them, that are dotted through this warm savanna-like land, that they're thinner and taller too. And then she notices some grazing animals. They have a certain familiarity to them, but at the same time she's aware that they too seem to be a bit taller and skinnier. And there seems to be a general trend here that beyond a certain size things seem to grow taller and skinnier. And she watches with intrigue, and then sees what looks like a giant lizard flying in the sky, something she could only describe as being like a dragon, with its enormous wingspan. It seems to just do the occasional flap of its wings, most of its time just gliding almost silently overhead. She realizes that butterflies here, or animals which look like butterflies, are much larger. As she sees a butterfly with wings like two of her hands flying towards a large plant on the ground. And she explores this land with intrigue. And she can't yet see the sun. She looks around the sky, and it seems that somehow most of the illumination here seems to happen because of the planet and the charged particles, making the sky almost glow. And she looks around and then notices that there is a sun in the sky, but it looks just like a very large star. That it definitely doesn't look like the sun she's used to seeing on Earth. But it also looks incredibly bright for its size. And as the planet that she's on continues to move, the way it's moving, she can tell, reveals that it is just a moon circling that giant gas planet. She can see the way the gas planet itself has a lot of activity and is moving. And as the moon that she's on moves around that gas planet, so one of the other moons that she can see, which is also orbiting the same planet, begins to partially eclipse that star in the sky. And as it does, as the light dims from the star, she sees this enormous spread of a mass ejection from that star, arching in a very steep arch from that star, as if it's heading in her direction. And she wonders about this moon, about this planet, whether the magnetic field of this giant planet is strong enough to deflect the charged particles from that star, protecting its moons as well as the planet itself. And it seems, from the auroras on this moon, like the moon itself must have a molten core generating a powerful magnetic field here. And she wonders whether this moon has maintained a molten core because of tidal forces with this giant planet, perhaps also with the other moons around this planet. And she explores this planet for a while. And as she explores, so she finds that wherever she goes, that watch seems to maintain a thread to that portal. And she doesn't know whether there's a way of closing the portal and reopening it, and whether if she did that it would reopen in the same location and get her home. She looks forward to trying to find out, but she wants to try and find out safely. And she explores this area. And after exploring for a while, she heads back to that portal, walks through the portal, and she doesn't know as she walks back to that meadow where that gas giant was in space. Nothing in the sky looked familiar. She then tried that watch, flicking that switch, pushing it in, flicking it downwards, and then closing that watch face again. And just like before, a portal opened up in front of her, and this time it was to a new location. She walked through the portal and found herself in a crystal cave. She walked through that crystal cave, and out the other side of the crystal cave, she thought she saw the most magnificent landscape, with mountains, meadows, the most incredible night sky. And just like before, what she saw when she looked up revealed that she wasn't on Earth. She could see from looking up that none of the constellations were recognizable, meaning that it can't be an Earth night sky. But it definitely seemed just like a relatively normal night sky. She walked around in the meadow here, and the only illumination came from a moon in the sky that was obviously reflecting the light of the sun for this location. And she looked around for a while and explored and could feel the coolness of the air here on her cheeks. And she couldn't see much to give away where here was or when here was. And she knew that she agreed with what that old man had said, that she'd find this interesting. And so she headed back through the portal, deciding that it's currently night time there, so she'll go and give it some time before exploring again and see what she can discover in the daytime. But she thought he was right. She will find this pocket watch interesting. and she looks forward to exploring with it further. And that night she heads home. She settles down in her bed and finds herself drifting and floating so peacefully and so comfortably relaxed, asleep all night long.